Greetings, horror fans. I am the Midnight Researcher. Today we are investigating the iconic survival horror game Amnesia: The Dark Descent in the form of a guided walkthrough. As usual, I'll be going through the entire game from start to finish while explaining the ways to progress in the game, showcasing gameplay and physics, as well as showcasing trivia, glitches, and any little-known facts or Easter eggs about the game, if applicable. Now, everybody knows about this game, at least I assume you know about this game if you watch this channel. The iconic game, Amnesia: The Dark Descent, was the breakout title from Frictional Games, the indie developer who made the Penumbra series as well as the Amnesia series. This came directly off of Penumbra: Black Plague and Penumbra: Requiem as a standalone, building off what they made with those games with the HPL1 engine, upgrading it to the HPL2 engine with this, what we have here. There's not much I can say about this game that hasn't already been said, but I'm going to be playing through it as usual and giving my less than stellar commentary through the whole thing. Nothing too fancy about the main menu, however, in comparison to the HPL1 games, this is an actual map, not just a static image with the menu GUI over it. It's an actual map, and you can change it to be whatever you want if you know how to do that. I personally, for a good chunk of time as a kid, had a custom render of this map with a character right in this archway and a couple of other decorations around this place. But for now, we're just doing the vanilla experience, and we're going to be doing, hopefully, the vanilla experience for the majority of the game, which is what we're going to get into now. Let's start a new game on normal settings so we get the best experience, the way the game was designed to be played, and let's go. Let's investigate.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
And we have our opening. Much shorter than the Penumbra series was, with their openings. And apparently our name is Daniel. I've seen this so many times, I can memorize all this by heart. I have all this memorized to heart by now. But I'll try and go through it for the sake of all you viewers out there. We awaken in a medieval-looking castle, and I did turn the hints on so I can have those show up instead of explaining them to you myself. But memento has been added to the journal. I'll at least go through these. We notice these rose petals and this pink whatever this is right now. Open the journal with J by default. 3 sections to this. Notes, where you can pick up notes that are various around the environment. Diaries, which you also find as notes, but they're special. And they have voiceover and often flashbacks to them. And mementos, which are basically objectives, telling you what to do. Follow the liquid trail and find its source is our first one, and that's what we're going to do. As you can see, during the intro, I was trying to look around to give you a better idea of where we are. Our environment is very, very distinct, and it's not immediately apparent what our story is, unlike the Penumbra series, where our story was basically explained to you before you even got into the game proper. We are in a castle, our name is Daniel, and we have to stop somebody. And we're from Mayfair, which is also an environment featured in the Penumbra series. So yeah, okay, yeah, hold down left mouse to move the door. Just basic control stuff. We don't need to go through all of that in detail. Tinderboxes, these are light sources that you can just pick up really easily and use them to light light sources in the environment. Yeah. Like this. Go up to this candle, just click on it right there, and it'll light up. How sweet is that? How obvious is that? As usual, I'm not going to be paying too much attention to the story, even though this is a very story-driven game. I'm going to skip through most of the notes, and I'm just going to let the notes with voiceover play out. Minimal commentary. Little stumbling event there, not really important. These doors, I believe, are closed. Certain events will pop up like that don't actually involve any kind of enemy. Tinderbox is in here. I believe there's nothing in this room but another tinderbox. Yeah, there's that hint right there. Very atmospheric. There's not much to this area. This whole map is just basically you walk from one room to the other. It's pretty linear, this first level at least. You're just following this. There's another little stumble event up here, but as you can see, this is where we're basically retracing our steps from that little intro that we were forced to experience. This could be a good time after this is over to emphasize the importance of two things. One is your health, and the other is your sanity. Now, the health is obviously self-explanatory. Your physical health, how many injuries you take, what have you. If you you can only die by a couple of ways. It's either by enemies giving you heavy blows, or if you do certain things that are like scripted events. Otherwise, you can't actually die by things like falling off of something enough. So that's not really much to worry about there. But what you can, what often provides... What am I trying to say? What often provides trouble is the sanity system, which is very different from the health. If you witness enough unsettling events, or you stay in darkness enough times, for too long, your sanity will decrease. That means your vision will go blurry, your movement will become less refined, and things will appear that might not actually be there. Like certain things you'll be able to see with a lower sanity level that you wouldn't see with a higher sanity level. Our sanity is crystal clear, but that's probably going to change pretty quickly because these first couple of levels automatically have some unsettling events that we'll witness, and we can't easily avoid them. Like, I think a door is going to open in this next room here. Yep. And it isn't actually giving us a sanity debuff. Alright. I have played through this, I would say, you know, it's not an exaggeration to say I've played through this hundreds of times, but it has been at least a few months since I've played through this. Definitely it's been like a year or so since I played through this all the way through, so... I do still think I'm qualified to give a guided walkthrough for this, but there might be some areas where I might need a bit to, one, think of what to say, since I'm not a good commentator, naturally, and two, remember what to do in the game, especially the later areas of the game I don't have memorized off the top of my head. These lights are going to go out, and this is going to be an unsettling event, so... Yeah, that little shake and distort on the screen... That triggers an unsettling event, and beware when standing in darkness, your sanity will slowly drain. As you can see, we have decreased from crystal clear to a slight headache. And there we go. All we gotta do is move through this area, though. There's nothing vital here. Except for a bunch of tinderboxes and atmospheric lighting. And invisible llamas. Wink. If you catch that reference, you're the goat. Old Archives is the second level, and we are currently in level 1, the Rainy Hall. We won't be able to come back here, but there's nothing too important here, so let's go. We are in the old archives, and these lights are going to go out as well. There it is. Unsettling events will reduce your sanity. It can be increased by completing puzzles and making progress. Yep. There's another one through here. I believe if I just take a few steps in... Where is it? There it is. Yeah, a bunch of bugs show up that weren't there before, and that's the first inkling of being able to see something with a lower sanity level, or just an unsettling event that you wouldn't see with a higher sanity level, or no unsettling event. I'm trying not to repeat myself too much, but I really don't like dead air, among other things. Tinderbox right here. I'm not going to be going out of my way to get every single collectible item. I did do a stream where I did pick up literally every single tinderbox in Amnesia. I'm not eager to repeat that, but I will be at least trying to get as many as I can. I'm not going to go out of my way. We will be given a light source pretty quickly here. If you forget the light source, it will be disastrous, so we're going to make sure we're not going to leave without it. I'm pretty sure in this current version of Amnesia, you actually can't leave this area without getting the light source, but I'm going to test that out. I haven't done it just yet. I believe there is a very rare monster encounter in here as well. The first quote-unquote monster/enemy encounter that you can get. Because there's a lantern in this room that you pick up, and the lantern is the primary light source that you can carry with you. If you don't pick it up, I believe there's an enemy encounter. I'm going to see if I can trigger that, because I've never actually done it myself organically. Room is going to shake. Your vision is directed towards the lantern. We are going to pick that up, but I'm going to see what happens if we don't. Won't open, it's locked. Now that door, I believe, unlocks itself if we pick up the lantern. Is there an enemy encounter? Let's see. I might be wrong. Well, no matter. I'm gonna go and try it one more time. Vitally, though, this is the light source that we need through the rest of the game. If we're not gonna drown in darkness. Very important. Yeah, we literally cannot proceed without the lantern, so we're gonna go and pick this up. Really easy to do. Just crouch down and pick it up. Ah. So that's what the monster encounter I was thinking of was. It's a little growl and the door is unlocked by an unseen force. Oh, I need to fix something really quick, actually. After this event settles, I need to fix something really quick. One moment. Okay, minuscule cut done. I realized I hadn't configured my controls to be the default, just so people don't see a blank control when I hover over and do something like this. Usually I have the lantern bound to one of my mouse keys, and by default it's F, or button X on certain controllers. So hit F, bring up the lantern, and you're good to go. Usually I have the crouch key bound to F, so this will be a little bit disorienting for me too. I think, yeah, normally crouch is control and lantern is F, so that'll be interesting. I swear, I usually don't make these game guided walkthroughs intending to make this many cuts in them, but circumstances happen. I usually can't do all these in one take like I try to with other videos. Nothing vital in this room, just a bunch of tinderboxes as you saw. Yeah, boxes. Tinderbox there. You can't run, and I'm doing it on instinct. You can't run at full speed. You will when we get to the next area, the Grand Hall. Or the entrance hall, I should say. 8 tinderboxes and a lantern with a minuscule amount of fuel. But this next room is very important. This is where we follow the trail to its destination, or its origin, I should say. I will let this note play out in full since it is one of the vitally important ones to the story, but I'm not going to do any kind of commentary on it. And we can also grab oil, as the oil potions are the way you refuel your lantern.
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there'll be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
Well, we have our story. Pretty self-explanatory and pretty nuanced and morally gray. But we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on what we do in here. Doesn't seem to be any obvious way out of here right now, and I'm getting some frame drops. That's unusual. Oh well. Okay. The way out is here. Actually, it's here, but this lever, you just pull it, and there you have it. With a small sanity buff as well. When you see that blue light flash, your sanity will improve, and you'll usually get a way forward. Let's go. This is the entrance hall. And we get another sanity boost by just entering this area. Yep. Now, welcome to the first hub level. And yeah, as it says, we can run now. It has enabled sprinting. Okay, so the curse of making more cuts than I anticipate continues. I had to do a cut there to re-enable a game setting that I had disabled while I was filming another video. And I just hadn't realized it until now. So, I don't know where I'm going to make the cut, but I'm going to re-explain. Welcome to the entrance hall. This is the first hub level of the game. The immediate objective is actually down here, and our vision will be directed towards it if we go close enough.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
And a flashback
In a manner of
occurs.
speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the... what did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
As you can see, I was directing the camera toward the refinery sign, and that's where we need to go. We've gotten a memento after looking at whatever this is. Tough and pliant, can't be torn by hand or tools. What does our memento say? Some sort of organic tissue blocks the path to the refinery. Can it be dissolved? Yes, it can. And there's a reminder about the most recently read text. And it just, in this case, pulls up the note to self that we've already seen, so... The entrance hall, as I said before, is the first hub level. There are a couple of areas we can immediately go through as we entered from there, I believe. Old archives. No sign above that door. No point going back. The door won't budge anyway. This is where we entered from. There are a couple areas upstairs as well as downstairs. We need to go there. And the dissolved objective is actually exactly what we end up doing. We need to make some acid. And we can go into the, I believe it is the laboratory. First thing we can do. We are going to go into the wine cellar, but we need to actually unlock that door first before we go into there. That'll come later. Exploring all the areas in the entrance hall first, before we go into any other adjacent levels, reveals this chest you can open. Oil, tinderbox. Examining these shelves. I'm trying not to blaze through this, because again, I'm very intimately familiar with all the maps of this game. Some more than others. Tinderbox right there. These, me and a couple of other, let's say, Amnesia players refer to these as Grandpa's Ashes, because these are really easily breakable. Grandpa's Ashes. Oil right there behind these boxes. Tinderbox? No, but these doors are sealed as well, and if you try and open them, you get an extra surprise. Music change. And more of this stuff. So, there is no escape. Going back into here. The detail that I like about this is that one half of the hall is lit by blue and the other half is lit by yellow light sources. Meant to imply either a sunset or clouds or something. Or an unintentional map error. I promise we're going to go to the laboratory. Just detailing all the scenery of this map for your benefit. That is a scare that happens that hints at some of the story. This door you can't open at all. Won't budge, and there's no point in investigating that. However, that does show up in some fan reinterpretations of Amnesia and custom stories, like Darkness and Fleeing Brennenburg. This does as well. And there's a tinderbox here that you can grab. Over here is the archives, where some vital items are picked up, and some lore. We're not going to go there first. We're going to go to the laboratory, just to see what our objectives are, more clearly. This door is sealed, but of course there's a tinderbox down these stairs, so all you do is just go down there and pick that up. And now we can go to the laboratory. That is the old archives. We don't want to go back there. That is the refinery. We don't want to go there yet. I'm absent-mindedly just walking places. Laboratory. Here we go. Another unsettling event. There's no actual monster in here. None that I can recall. But there is that. That is a, sort of a world-building detail. There's something there. Our sanity is doing alright for now. Let's refill our oils. If you get close enough to this... kind of grumbles at you. Not good at all. But there is an oil. So these stairs are actually going to collapse on us at some stage of when we're here, and the solution to the stairs collapsing is actually just right here. These, you can pick these up and they'll auto-snap into place, so keep that in mind for when you're down in the laboratory. Any of the couple of times that you're usually able to be down here. Stock whispering sound effect. Should probably keep the lantern on. This is the main set piece of the laboratory that's vital to progression. There's something down there that can't actually get to you. I'm not sure if it's an actual NPC or if it's just a scripted event, but it does imply that something else is out to get you in the water.
There should be more coop racks. Let me see. And one part aqua force.
That's a little bit of a hint. This is the first, I believe, non-diary note, and It's basically talking about trying to make something, which we're not going to focus too much on, but the ingredients are listed. Calamine, orpiment, cuprite, and aqua regia are what we need. And aqua regia is beloved among mod makers of this game. Every single, well, not every single, but a lot of them use aqua regia in their fan-made puzzles. So, but the solution is, okay, I'm not reading it, but the solution to the puzzle that we're presented with, the organic tissue, is highlighted here, and what we get is highly acidic and proves impractical to put to any use except as a detergent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution. That's what we need to learn. And a memento reflects this. Evidence in the laboratory has revealed that combining 4 chemicals can create a powerful acid. Very basic puzzle with a not-so-basic method to, what am I trying to say? With a not-so-basic process of acquiring all these chemicals, since they're actually scattered throughout the maps. But the chemistry pot, which is the main thing you put all the stuff in, I'm not a wordsmith, is right here. You just pick it up and you get an immediate sanity boost. There is also this, which I'll tap just once. I'm not going to read it out, but I'll put it on the screen. Pause if you want to read it, but that's it. These are basically just story delivery things. I'm not even actually sure what they're really called. They're like knowledge orb canister thingies. But they're not really relevant to what we're doing here. Grabbing a tinderbox. Searching the rest of this lab, just in case there's something I missed. Tinderbox, and I think there's an oil here. Yep. No problem. This is the main place where we mix the chemicals. So we put the chemistry pot right there, and once we have the 4 chemicals, we put them in these, but we don't have them, so we're going to carry on. And this tells you where the chemicals are. Some of them are going to be in the wine cellar. And that's where we need to go. Tinderbox right there. Another tinderbox right here. Yeah, when I'm not putting on like cinematic mode for a playthrough, I tend to just destroy the environments looking for things. Like I just throw things around. So I will highlight if it's necessary or not to do that. We have our objective: wine cellar. Wine cellar is literally right across the hall from this, so we can try and go into the wine cellar, but it's locked and it's not going to open. And the key is actually going to be in the archives, so it's that door we were looking at upstairs earlier. We got to find the key for the wine cellar, where the chemicals are, and the chemicals we need to produce the acid, and the acid we need to throw on that organic tissue. Straightforward, but making effective use of the fact that this is a hub level with multiple areas with multiple different features and objectives in them. Pretty simple now. We just go upstairs to the archives. I'm just really trying to get some commentary in here that isn't just explaining what we need to do, but I guess that's the point of the video, so... Archives. Turkish delights are actually really good. The unexpected cuts continue. I did wander through this area a little bit and commentate, but I kind of started losing focus, so I took a little break, and now I'm back, hopefully to do this right the second time. This is the archives, and we're looking for the wine cellar key. Immediately we can see that the rare books room is not faring very well. This has a diary, which I will show for everybody's benefit, but I will not commentate on it too much. Here it is.
16th of May, 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
Interesting. We've gotten a diary, and it is labeled 1 out of 3, so you can tell how many are in a specific area that you need to pick up if you want to be fully versed in the lore. There's not too much in this room except for some very good lighting, at least for the time. Books, and I believe... No, there isn't a tinderbox or an oil. Alright. Across the hall we have the catalogs, which contains another note that is not a diary. It's right here. And just summarizing, this is a minor character's contract to the character referenced before, Alexander, also known as Alexander, Baron of Brennenburg. Nothing too important. Let's continue. As usual, if you want to read any of the notes that I pull up, pause to read them. I'm not going to be reading through them. Tinderbox in the first drawer of this one. Nothing else too important here. The study is of interest to us as well. This has... That always gets me every time. That is a hint of another enemy that we haven't seen just yet. We'll see much later in the game, but something's around. Not physically, though. There's no physical threat to us in this map. Lighting up that fireplace helps us shed a little light on the situation. Here's the other diary, the second one.
17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write. I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger. Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
Interesting. But nothing we're going to pay too much attention to, since that's all backstory. Tinderbox in the second drawer of this desk. Wandering around, not too much else here. Now this door is actually the old tomes, and that's not the room that I thought it was, actually. But there's a scare event in here, and I'll show it off. And creepy piano music in the background. Tinderbox in the furnace for some reason, and there's an oil and a tinderbox in this chest right here, called a coffin for some reason by the development team. Now this room is hopefully... Yes, this room is the local history room. We need to get in there. It's not going to open, though. It's locked. And we need to find another entrance. The other entrance is actually going to be down this big hall off to the left of where we enter. Looking through here, we can see a couple of things. Scare event. And a little grumble there as well. This is actually part of the area where we came from, and a good method of exploration that I like to use, and most new players actually naturally start to use, is that they light the lights where they've been. Not all of them, since usually the amount of tinderboxes you get is very limited, but enough to make a little trail back if you need to retrace your steps or figure out your way back. So... you know, just a useful thing. And lighting it right near the local history room is probably a good thing to do as well. There is going to be a little event that goes when we travel from here to here. Past this door. That's not what I mean, but somebody just growled at us. There is going to be a cave-in. A bigger cave-in than one of what's already become of this place, I should say. Oil right here. Pick that up. And I think if I step all the way in here, and then just give it a second. There. Must find a new way out of this area. Well, it's pretty easy. The local history room will actually be the way we get out of this area. Nothing too difficult about it. This way is nothing. Floor plans, I think there's only a couple of collectibles in here, and a flashback.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the walls. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble, and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
Yep, more story. I believe I heard another of the piano tunes there, but I'm not sure. It's not too important anyway. Just double checking. Nope, no more collectibles here. But the way in is actually right over here. Not too obvious for any new players, but very obvious for someone like me. You can tap on this. Fragile but not breakable by hand. That actually isn't true. If you tap on this a bunch, it will just explode. So we're gonna break that in the traditional way, though, to not spoil the experience. Just grab a chair or something and just toss it. Perfect. But before we go into there, we'll go into here, this side room, the maps room. We can see some maps. Not really useful to us, but there's loads and loads of them. No, what's actually useful is over here. Like this candle will reveal a diary, the third one, and this will trigger a full flashback sequence where you're teleported into another section of the map. You don't need to actually do anything too difficult here, but it's pretty cinematic, if you would call it that.
17th of May, 1839. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
All you have to do here is move forward. Nothing to it, really.
It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light.
Tap on this mystery orb thing.
I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
Fascinating. There's no adverse effects this flashback has on any of your health or sanity, as far as I can tell. Tinderbox in there. Let's refill our oil just briefly. Yeah, nothing to this room except story. I just wanted to include it for the sake of completion. And we can use this to just jump straight into this hole that we made.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
As I tried to point out during that flashback, that's basically an extended hint for this. You can move this shelf, as evidenced by the drag marks, and if you just go up close enough to it, you can tap on it. A draft and faint light are coming from behind the shelf. There must be a way in. There is, and we can fully take advantage of this. I'll light this up, this pointless activity. Not so pointless, actually. It'll make it easier to see where the books are, because there are these fake books that you can pull out, and you have to find all three of them in a certain amount of time and pull them in sequence. Not in sequence, I guess. You can pull them in any which way you want. You just got to make sure you do it before the time runs out. It's this one. It's this one. And this one. Over here is actually a note. I will flip through it very quickly. This is telling the folklore about Brennenburg Castle, the history, and how there's superstition. The Gatherers, the folklore of the Gatherers, basically the enemies of the game. This is some backstory to them. This is some backstory about a minor character called Agrippa, and how it'll connect to lore discovered later in the game as well. This is lore concerning Alexander of Brennenburg himself, and how he is seemingly immortal. Yep, really quick run through. Nothing important about that. Let's do the book sequence. So just gotta do it really quick, but pull it 1, 2, and 3. Slides open, no problem. Very simple room with a very simple reward. But first, this is the first occurrence, at least for a lot of players, how they can hide in a closet when they feel like a monster is coming. I'm not actually sure if a monster is physically here or not when you're able to hide in the closet, but I know an event is triggered when you either pick up this note or this key that's in the desk here. The note is basically saying that the wine cellar is going to be sealed and he has to lock people up in it. Very diabolical stuff, but that's not really related to gameplay. If we pick up the key and then... Yep. Some players could choose to hide in this closet, but I'm not going to. Wouldn't make sense. Looking out here, we see the local history room is just wide open. It's not locked anymore. I think if we look all the way back here, that is our first glimpse of the enemy, our first true glimpse, at least as far as I can remember. But if you actually go over here, you can get a much closer view. Oh, and he pointed me out to a tinderbox. I completely missed that. Yeah, that's a scare that I didn't even know about until I did a stream with a fellow content creator. And I was replaying it, and I just never come up here and examined the rock slide from this side of it, and then, yeah, found out about that scare. No physical presence of the monsters is going to happen until we reach the refinery, past the little wall of flesh. So you don't need to worry. Even if things are grumbling at us, you don't need to worry. I said, even if things are grumbling at us, you don't need to worry. Here we have a more passive game element, the shadow residue, or just the shadow. Yep, if you step onto it or get close enough to it, you'll lose a little bit of health. Not too much immediately to worry about, but if you keep standing in it for, I don't know, a minute or two, yeah, you're gonna lose a lot of health, so don't do that. We have the key to the wine cellar where we need to go, so all we do is go there. All we do is use the key on the door, and we're good. We get a sanity boost as well. And there are 4 chemicals spread across a couple of rooms. Some of them have scare events tied to them, some of them don't. I believe there is a monster appearance that is tied to a object.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
As I was saying, and showing off, first, this is a little map of the area. There's a scare event tied to an item that isn't one of these, by the way. This is one of 4 chemicals that you can pick up. And it seems like we have company, though I'm 99% positive that there is nothing actually here that could hurt us. They're all just hallucinations. Just examining, seeing if... No, we're okay. That door will be locked for a bit. It'll open after a couple of events. Yeah, the hint is kind of misleading. If an enemy is near, stay out of sight. Hide. Thanks. We are losing a little bit of sanity. We're losing a lot of sanity, actually. Our sanity is ... That means we're on the lowest sanity level, and we should really make progress. There's ambient footstep noises all around, but that doesn't actually mean an enemy is near. We can see that we can move this and open the previously sealed door. Nothing but wine is on most of these shelves, except for a tinderbox, which we'll take. Right, if you can, if you have it on your keyboard at the default scheme, you can hit E and Q to lean from surfaces. I guess we have to get out of here. But no, that's one of the random ramblings that Daniel can mutter through various unsettling events. We can pick up the Orb Mint. That's another key chemical. Following these trails can usually lead you to where you need to go. Tinderbox. If we go to the left here, that we didn't explore earlier, I think this is the scare event I was talking about, where you pick up that, and in monster shows up. Oh, let's see. Let's see if he's real. I don't actually know if he's real. I don't think he's real. Yeah, he wasn't real. But even so, our sanity is now dangerously low, so we need to make sure to stay in the light. We'll be able to make some progress by getting the other two chemicals, the aqua regia and... which one was it? Let's see. Well, the other two chemicals anyway. Doesn't really matter what they're called. Which of the doors have we not opened? Okay, here's this one. Is this the one where... Yes, okay, something's gonna fall on us if we go into that one. Let's see if we can... Oh, no. We gotta go through that one first. I'll show you why later. Something's gonna fall on us when we pick that up. Our sanity is gonna really suffer. Ouch. And we're fine. Even though our sanity is really suffering now. We're not permanently trapped in here. All you have to do is move these out of the way. But this is actually really useful. You can get a refill on your oil without having it be a collectible oil potion. But usually these don't have too much in them, so use them sparingly if you're worried about your oil conservation. Picking up the various tinder boxes. Just pull as hard as we can. Try pulling them from different angles if you have trouble. There, our vision's back a little bit. That's easy. Pulling it on this. Pull and push. Pull and push. Pull and push. Yeah, give it an extra push. That's another random event. That usually doesn't happen to me. And we get a sanity boost from escaping that room. But the next room is the most lore-heavy and the most, well, I think you can get the idea. Something bad happened in here, but we're not going to focus on that too much.
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh.
My God! Wilhelm, do something!
Accept it. We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
After that flashback, you can come in here, and we have the note and the aqua regia. This is basically Wilhelm's last words, and he's talking about how he didn't sign up for what he thought he was going to be signed up for. And he's basically kidnapping people against his will, but he's bound by his contract. And now he's saying, basically the Baron invited them into the wine cellar and locked them in there and poisoned them. So that's not good. And now he's dead, with everybody else who was in here with him. Grabbing the aqua regia gives us a sanity boost, and now we have all 4 chemicals that we need to make the acid. And this very convoluted series of puzzles will finally be over. We can go back to the entrance hall and then the lab. shadow shows up. Quickly go into the lab. This, I believe, is the part where the stairs just collapse, so we'll be able to deal with that pretty easily, like I explained earlier with these things. If we just go in here. Since we have all four, we can begin. Doesn't really matter where you place them, they'll just auto-place in the correct order. The rumbling signifies the event of the stairs breaking. We can safely ignore that for now. We can just finish with this. Be sure to place the chemistry pot where it needs to go. Come on. Where it needs to go right there by clicking on that. And we turn this so the burners are on. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. We got ourselves the acid that we've been seeking for the last, like, half hour now. And we got a big sanity boost for our troubles. Nothing else. The environment has kind of reset itself. I remember destroying the area pretty heavily. Throwing boxes around and everything. Yep, like I was saying earlier. Stairs have collapsed, find a way to climb back up. Now there's a couple ways you can do this, but the most common way is just taking one of these. You can use objects to reach hard to get places. What's funny about this is that you can literally put it in any direction you want, and if you bring it close enough to the area it's supposed to be in, it'll just auto-snap into place. It's really funny. Since we have the pot of acid, we can go and enter the refinery. Avoid the shadow residue stuff. Nothing else is really useful here. Let's go. Use the pot of acid right in the middle of this giant web of stuff. And there we have it. And now we enter the refinery. Now, just beyond this next area is the first true opportunity for an encounter with a monster, though it is pretty easily avoided. It's not a hallucination, but this is a flashback.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
I think he's up here. Yeah, he's up here. So let's take a look. Yeah, if you run right at that guy, he will take notice of you, and you'll, well, it won't be good, let's just say that. But, again, really easily avoidable. No real danger. And this is an opportunity that you can, see one of the main features of Amnesia's sound design is that there is distinct, it's similar to the Penumbra series, I'd say. There's a distinct music that comes on when the different types of enemies appear. There's specific tracks for searching, attacking, and hunting. Like, searching is just like their idle animation. Attacking is, yeah, they're attacking you, they're after you, and, like, hunting, I guess you would call it, is when they've lost you, but they're still looking for you. So they're really iconic, they're really easy to identify if you hear them over and over. So if you hear music, turn back to normal. Usually it means that an enemy has despawned, and you'll be able to deal with them just fine if you can master that. It is kind of a cheap way to deal with enemies, but they designed it like that, so why not? There are certain areas in the game, later in the game, where that's not the case, though, so you never really know when an enemy is nearby or not. The further you get into Brennenburg Castle, keep that in mind. I've kind of just been talking without actually relaying what's going on with this area. There are some diaries in this area, and I will be reading those just for your benefit. This is the first one you can easily obtain.
22nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my journal this morning in the haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
Interesting. The way to progress is actually right here, but the door is locked, and ordinary players would just wander around for a bit until finding that it's actually right here, how you get through. Find another way in. It's right here. But before we do that, we're going to get all the collectibles that we can, including that tinderbox right behind that. This is the main room, and it's implied that somebody died, by the way. Not an actual enemy. It's fine. Here's the other diary. Still not an actual enemy, but our sanity is taking a beating.
25th of June, 1839. I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important. I just know it. I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. They seem to change color, shape, and texture, but ever so slightly. Yesterday, I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today, I confirmed my suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care, and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually collapses on itself, like ice slowly melting over the course of centuries. Smith eased my mind a bit, but I can't escape the feeling that these shards have otherworldly properties.
2 out of 2 diaries collected in this area. Tinderbox. That door is open. Even though it sounded like there was something in here really angry at us, there wasn't. It's just empty shelves of wine and a tinderbox. Moving these boxes out of the way, super easy. Oh, I'm out of lantern oil. And now we're fully refilled. Great. I'd like to wait so the sanity goes down. Or the insanity goes down, I guess, to give you a clearer view, but I want to keep things going. We can unblock the door. And we can also see that this is the way forward. but it's too heavy to lift by hand. The obvious answer, if we look up and to the side, it's this, but something is clogging the contraption, and quite obviously it's this. Something must be clogging the pulley. Well, I reckon it's this. And if we just try and click it from here, can't get a firm grip on it from here. Let's use our basic problem-solving skills while we look around a little bit more. Grabbing these 2 tinder boxes. All you really need to do is, well, first collect as much as you want, and then grab a box or 2. Just make it really easy for you to just grab it, and then just twist it a little bit until it snaps. And you get a sanity buff, even though it's not that great. Now that we get a little bit of a clearer view here. Yeah, nothing else here. Opening the hatch. Now we go into what's considered by very many people the scariest part of the game. Ow. This is the infamous water monster section. The Cellar Archives is where the water monster makes its appearance. And it's pretty easy to actually get through if you're not scared of it. I was never particularly scared of the water monster myself, even though many, many people who were not me were. So we'll figure it out. Just walking forward a few steps turns this place, which looked normal, into a hellish nightmare. And you can't go back. There must be a way out of this place. There is. And what you want to do at first is immediately find something to jump on, because the water monster can only get you in water. Where is he? There he is. You gotta kind of maneuver. You gotta dip your toes in at least at some point. So just speeding through this place, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't want to do that. I'm injured and I'm not going to be able to do too much, so this is a perfect example of using this, the laudanum, the health item. There are a few collectibles you can get in here. I'm not sure if there's one over there, but what you can do, at least in a few places, is distract him by throwing items. And you can actually kill this guy, even though I don't usually do it. It's kind of a waste. But this lever is what you actually need to focus on. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really distract him all that much. Okay, doesn't seem like there's anything over there. Let's go back over here. I'll do it for the sake of explanation. I'll come back. Now, the way out is all the way down that corridor, and there's a gate that needs a certain activation. Just looking for things right now. Big old skull. The laudanum in case we needed it, but I don't need it right now. Gotta time your jumps just right, and you should be good to go. Oh, I went backwards, but that's okay. Yeah, if we just want to do this quickly, we could pull this up and be fine, but I'm gonna show you, if I can, really quickly what the rest of this place looks like. Did we already go in there? Yeah, I think we did. Okay, there are no more side rooms. Yeah, this gate, you can't open it by hand. That lever is the opening mechanism in that room. But again, avoiding this guy is super simple if you know what you're doing. If you don't, yes, I would imagine it's going to be pretty scary to see a featureless thing just splashing towards you. Like it's a shark or something like that. Sharks in the water. Just jump, time your jumps really carefully, and you should be good. Now that's section 1. This is section 2, where there's no obvious way out without getting eaten. Grabbing the soil on this. Now, the solution to this is actually pretty unique. You need to feed this guy, since there's a second one of these guys in this big chamber. You need to feed this guy human limbs. And dead flesh is often used as a distraction for this guy. So what I'm going to do is just throw as many into the water so he'll be munching on that for a while, and then I'll jump around. This is the gate out. I don't see much of anything else here. Okay. There's more here if you need them. The bigger they are, the longer it'll take for the monster to munch on them. And the valve that you need to turn takes a while to turn, so... Oh. Let me wait for him to start munching on another one. Oh, okay. I jumped the gun there. Oh, there's a pig. Alright, now quickly turn it to the left as fast as you can. As fast as you can, as fast as you can. And quickly just scramble. Now this door into the archive tunnels out of the level is locked with a simple lock, but the simple lock is able to be picked really simply by something you might have already seen, as we just passed by it. This thing. The hollow needle. Super simple. Going into the archive tunnels right as the monster's about to grab us. And now this next section is just a chase section. There's no puzzles, no complicated anything to it. So run! Run! Doesn't really matter which way you go. I think it all leads to the same place. Jump over this. Be careful. Don't block the path. Just keep going. Usually to the left. Even though I just did it there. Back ball! That was what is internally referred to as CH1. We are now into CH2. Act 2 of Amnesia the Dark Descent. All of that was Act 1, this is Act 2. And the back hall is one of the most revered maps because of that. This very, very calming, very angelic soundtrack. And our gaze is immediately turned to another invisible llama. Wink.
You have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
We're directed to use the elevator, and if we try and immediately do it without even spending a nick of time in the angelic back hall, we can see that it's not working anyway, so we gotta spend more time here anyway. Find a way to start the engine that powers the elevator. Well, that sounds pretty simple. But, of course, it's not. Over to the side here, we can see that the door to the machine room, supposedly to fix that, that's also locked. So we gotta find the key that unlocks the door leading to the machine room. There are several events that happen. The darkening of the back hall, as I refer to it by. This over here turns bloody, and everything just gets more and more sinister the longer we spend here. So we'll take a look at that when it comes. Come on. Up here are the two main areas. Actually, no, they're not just the two main areas, but here are two main areas of the back hall. This is the second hub level of the game. And over here, like way over here, is the storage, which is one of the darkest, literally, areas of the game. Now, what we're going to be going to first is actually the guest room, because that's where the key for the machine room is. It's in the guest room.
Journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
So, truthfully, I spaced out a little bit, but it has been less than 15 minutes since I recorded the last bit, so we're still here in the guest room, and we're going to find the key to the machine room. Now, it's actually right over here, but the door is stuck due to a broken lock. So we need to find another way to open the closet door in the guest room. And we don't even need to leave the guest room to do this. The solution is right over there, but we're going to look around a little bit. This place is utterly trashed, and I didn't even have to be the one to trash it. Oil there. Grandpa's ashes. It's a lore note, a diary.
"2nd of July, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him."
Interesting. That leads me to remember, in the machine room, there's actually a separate set of cut notes that ended up making it into one of the further Amnesia games, Amnesia Rebirth. Or not Amnesia Rebirth, Amnesia Rebirth. That's true. We're not there yet, but we'll get there relatively soon. All we need to do is go over here and grab that on the table. We will grab that, but first we'll read that and make sure nothing else is waiting for us. There's a little cutscene that plays here, and we're gonna search just to be sure we ain't missing anything important. Okay, first this, then that.
Daniel,
What?
still having nightmares, I see.
Yes, I can't shake them. They come every night.
We'll put a stop to them. You'll see.
3rd of July, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the Orb Chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
Sounds like there's some confusion there. I already looked through these, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Alright. Crowbar is right here among the pieces of this. And all you have to do is grab a tinderbox as well. You can do that too. All you gotta do is go over here and use the crowbar on the door. Tool allowing great leverage. Here's some great leverage. Great leverage!
The key. Please, let it be here.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. An important key is hidden in the guest room. We already know what key it is, and that is a little hint that just lets you know there's something behind this painting.
Oh, thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
Key is right here, inside this little glass bottle. Break it open, and you'll have your key. But once you break it open and pick it up, we're gonna have an unwanted guest, so I'm gonna just... Oh. Any contact to it will break it, apparently. Grab it, make sure that's picked up, and, oh, I guess I need to pick up this, too.
4th of July, 1839. It's done! The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
All too strange. Let's try and leave. Really? Wait a minute. There should have been a monster encounter here. There it is. Better find a place to hide. We have no means to defend myself. Yeah, that monster encounter can be triggered by a couple of ways. Most commonly picking up all the diaries in this room. Let's get a look at him. Now, the AI on these guys is not that great, but just for the sake of immersion and direction. Yep, all you gotta do is hide in a closet. The classic way to cope with an amnesia enemy is hiding behind something outside of their field of view. And these are thick enough to where that it counts. Oh, man. I believe that's all we have in the guest room of interest to us. We have the key that we need. Now that we have that key, there's nothing else that is here for us. Yep, let's get out of here. now the darkening of the back hall commences. The music is no longer angelic, and we have this just waiting for us here. I thought that was particularly a little creepy. So now that we have this key, I think there's a flashback that's going to be triggered here. Right?
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shame will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
So I think that... Yeah. Just unlocking the machine room and going straight into it. Now, we will have to revisit this machine room because, as we'll find out, we're missing some of the things that we need to fix the machine. But we can still make some initial progress in here at first. Okay, so several recording problems later, and 1 day later, I'm back. Instant cut there. But we are still in the machine room, and hopefully this session will go a lot better than the last time that I tried this area. Pretty much, we're going to make a little bit of initial progress here on the machine room. We're going to have to come back to this area eventually because we are missing some vital components on one of these consoles. Not this one. This is the pressure, and you need to equalize this in order for everything else to work. There are a couple ways you can do this, but you basically just need to make the amounts on the levers here be equal to one another. The combination that I remember is, I think it was 1, 3, 5, 5, 2? Yes. Okay. The flow is even and stable. That'll take care of the flow. Coming over here, there is another note, a diary.
5th of July, 1839. Today, I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
Fascinating, but we're not going to dwell on that, as usual. There are some collectibles in here, but nothing too major aside from this, which there's the solution again. I personally hate this, so I did memorize it over the years, because that is one of the, I wouldn't say that, but if you're not a fan of math or just figuring out number puzzles, this is not the puzzle for you. But there you go, there's the solution. Down, up, up, down, down, middle. Proceeding further, we can see that there are a couple of actual items that you need to pick up. I'm blanking out again. That's terrific. However, they're not exactly like the rest. You don't add these to your inventory, but these are glowing, so you know that they're important. These cogwheels, you can just throw them down as they fit into the bottom room of the machine room. There's another one in here, I believe. Well, there's a diary. Let's pick this up and read it.
14th of July, 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle." Signed, Alexander. What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Yet more lore is unraveling that we're not going to specifically focus on for this. Another cogwheel over here. Just pick this up and take it over to the stairs. Toss it down. Here is the flow console. You're going to need 3 machine rods, and these are not in this map. They're scattered across 2 maps, the storage and the study. We'll be collecting those as we progress through the rest of the levels that the back hall leads off from. Machine equipment memo. There are only 2 spare rods left in storage for the elevator. Discard the ones and keep the others in the inner study. Just basically confirming what I just told you there. The study and the storage is what the note doesn't list. But we'll go to the study first and then the storage after completing as much tasks as we can here. Give it to me. Give it to me. Grab it. There we go. You can just take these cogwheels, and if you examine this area over here, like right as you come in, this lever will not work until you have fit the cogwheels. Pick them up and they snap into place pretty easily. There's one. Here is 2. And here is number 3. Now all the cogwheels are in place, but even if you hit this lever right here, still doesn't work. Needs more work. We can turn our attention to this over here. This needs fuel. And you can't just chuck any old thing into this, like this or this. No, but what we need is easily right in here. As well as a full refill barrel worth of oil, so we'll come back to that a little bit later. But these bundles of coal are what we need. Just put them in there. They don't snap into place or anything, but it's pretty easy to just slide them in. You don't need more than 3, so that's 1, 2, and 3. It'll tell you. Flip this switch. That'll start burning, but even with that, it's still not too keen to run. We need the rods. But first, I'm gonna, for our convenience... Yeah, I think that's enough of them that are lit. We'll look around, picking up another tinderbox, and... any more? No. We'll grab as much as we can. Yep, fully refilled with oil. And now we go to the study, which is the room right next to the guest room. After we also pick up this diary that I almost forgot, because I'm not focusing on them too heavily.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
And we have the basic outline of what the backstory is now, or at least how our protagonist came to this castle. But again, we're not focusing on that. We're going to focus on going to the study, which is not my favorite, but I would say one of the best constructed levels in the game. And yet again, the back hall is turning sinister right before our eyes. Let's see if there's any noticeable changes now. Doesn't seem to be yet. Yeah, nothing yet. Have I looked here? Ah, well, I guess if you're just coming out of the waterways, there's an oil and 2 tinderboxes in that chest right here. And let's check the other side. Nothing here but Grandpa's ashes. Going up these stairs. The guest room we've already gone into, and that's marked by whatever that is over there. But now we go into the study. Oh, this is turning out to be one cursed guided walkthrough, as my game crashed during the loading screen, so I just redid all my progress up until this point, and now I'm here, just a couple feet into the study area. But we're going to keep going. Our objective is still the same, finding the guiding rods. And like I was saying before, this is not my personal favorite, but it is one of the best designed areas in the game. In terms of the detail to the worlds and everything. This is a note here. I'm going to summarize it as usual. This is basically a backstory to another character that we've already seen mentioned, Agrippa, and he basically is writing to his friend Johann Weyer about investigating an orb that he finds in a cavern. Well, investigating a cavern, and he finds an orb within the cavern, I should say. There it is. And he's saying that some otherworldly force is guarding the orb. And he was teleported away, and he doesn't know anything else about it. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. There you have it. Going into here, you have collectibles, like... I should turn on my lantern. You have collectibles like a tinderbox and just a bunch of stuff. A fun fact about this, though, is that in very, very hard-to-find builds of Amnesia these days, old builds, right around here, there was a phonograph, or whatever it's called, the thing where you crank the handle and it plays music, that was part of an ARG called the Potato Sack ARG, and Amnesia was a participant in it. And it led up to the events and release of... the events around the release of Portal 2 in a lot of cryptic puzzles. And Amnesia was part of it. And it had a certain voice line where it basically spelled out what to do to the next puzzle. Now what to do here for... back in Amnesia the Dark Descent, these are going to crack? I think. Oh yeah, there's an oil right here too. Yeah. These are going to crack, and that is how you actually progress to an area that is blocked off by this. So you can't go that way. But first, we'll check out this room. I believe this room only has a couple of story hints, but we'll pick up the notes anyway. This is another note, not a diary. Basically, he's studying the dogs. This is implied to be written by Alexander. He's studying the anatomy of dogs and harvesting energy in some manner. Experimenting, as you can see. And there's a flashback.
Let's see what you have to offer. What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
Tinderbox in that drawer, as I was pointing out. This induces an unsettling event, so it'll deplete your sanity. Yeah. There's nothing too out of the ordinary here. This painting will change to a distorted face if your sanity gets low enough. It's really creepy, and a lot of people use this in their mods. Another note about anatomy and speculating about humans having more of the energy that he's looking for. Now, there's nothing much else that can be obtained without having to traverse ledges outside to get to wherever that leads to, so that's what we'll do. All you have to do is take a chair or some other object and just go to town. Like so. And you just go to the right as you face out. Go to the right. Don't fall. It's pretty easy. Just sprint and jump. Sprint and jump. Careful. That tree can't hurt you, and neither can this crap, or whatever it's called. Another broken window right here. And as you can see, there is not much else here. So just go through this broken window. If your sanity gets low enough, you'll actually see some swinging chunks of meat on hooks around here, but I think my sanity is high enough for that not to happen. Here's another story capsule thing. You can read that there if you want. More of just Alexander's inner thoughts. There's some plans so you know that you're in the right area. You can read that if you want. Yeah, so we're here. Another note and another barrel of oil. We've refilled our oil very effectively. This is one of the guiding rods. The flow cycle rod. And here we have the elevator machine instructions, which if you came to this area before you went to the machine room, you might have a clearer picture of what to do in the machine room now. Use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Yeah. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meter should read up 8 and down 8. We've already done that. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity steam, set functions, 4-phase amplitude, complete steam flow cycle. The machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Basically, that means you can put the rods in any combination you want, but it won't check it until all they're inserted. And you need to figure out which is the right combination. And it's actually really easy, but I'm going to get the other two rods before we explain how to put them in correctly, just so we don't have to keep going back to that machine room over and over. 2 tinderboxes in there. Grandma's ashes. Nothing else in here. Just double checking. Are you entertained? I hope you are. Alrighty. Just... Oh yeah, this is the stair. Do I see the things now? No, my sanity still is not low enough, but that's okay. That's all we need from the study. Now we go into the... literally the darkest area of the game. The storage. Let me just do a quick double check. Just to ensure we haven't missed too much of anything important. Does not look like it. Yeah, some of those paintings are removable. Okay, we're going to the storage. And the back hall has it darkened again. Let's take a look. Yeah, that music is definitely creepier. Nope, you're still fine. Okay, storage is to this door to the right from where you entered from the tunnels. Walk down, it's not locked or anything, so you can just head right in. Storage. Now this is actually a pretty good time to explain about the different enemy types, since this is actually the first level where one of them is a tangible threat. Up until now they've been very brief encounters, but now we're actually going to start getting into dealing with them. The most common type of enemy you can encounter in Amnesia the Dark Descent, the base game, is the Grunt. Now the Grunt is your basic humanoid enemy. The darkness in the storage feels strange and unnatural. It's not really a hint, but it's more of a tone setter. I used to be able to do a pointless activity that I would collect as many tinderboxes as possible and light every single light in here. We don't need to do that here, but I will show as many tinderbox locations as possible, like there's 2 here, and this is important as well. There are 3 drill bits that you need to progress later in the storage, so be sure to pick this up, the drill part, and that sounds like a grunt. It'll be a good time for explanation. So, your first tangible encounter with an enemy, there he is. And I just attracted his attention for like a millisecond there. Okay, I need to hide. Yeah, light candles and torches to reduce loss of sanity caused by darkness. His AI is not that great. He just... I think he just shut the door on himself. But he can break down doors. He's the generic humanoid enemy of the game. And what you basically deal with him with is either hiding behind stuff, in closets, or just staying out of his field of view. His AI is not that smart, and he is pretty easy to deal with if you know what you're doing. But if you don't, it can certainly be tough. So, we'll be careful. Also, the slightest noise can attract him. So, don't be banging around boxes. You can pick up stuff just fine, but don't be banging around boxes or anything like that. And you should be good. And there's the music I was talking about, the roaming music. I think I misspoke earlier. It's roaming, hunting, and then searching. Roaming is when they're just around and patrolling and whatever. Hunting is when they're attacking you, and searching is when, you know, they've lost you after an attack, but they're still looking around for you.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home.
That's a story flashback.
No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
This story, you want to be careful. There is, I believe, a grunt behind this when you come back up here after you progress further. This is going to block your progress for a while. Just taking a look at that. Yep, that is a rock slide. Rubble from a cave-in is hindering further passage. Find a way to get through. Now, how we get through is we actually make an explosive and put it at the base of this rock fall. We need to go to machine parts, though, to get the other rods. So that's what we'll do. We'll go to the other sections of the storage, because everything we need to get this explosive is actually in the storage already. But we do have to contend with a few grunts around here, so be careful. The possibility of death is not far off in this area. There are quite a few enemies around here that are very real and are not just illusions. One of them could be behind this door. Let's see. No. We're okay. For now. That is just an ambient noise. It's not actually anything. Here's the second drill bit. Yeah, some items can be combined in the inventory. You drag and drop them onto another to attempt to combine. We can do this with the drill parts, but we need all 3 of them first. We have 1 and 2. We need to find a 3rd one. Pretty easy. There's no actual human NPC. That's another insanity noise. Let's see. Is he behind this door? No, he's not. He does pop up from behind one of the doors at some point. Where is it? There it is. Not the drill bit, but another note that we need. Let's read this. Now, this is story, but this is also a puzzle solution. So, the explosives we need for clearing the flood drain. The explosives for the flood drain will work just fine for a rock fall. The liquids are not by themselves explosives and are kept separated. They're in 2 large vats in the next room. All we need to do is mix the ingredients and you are ready to go. So we need the chemistry pot, which we still have from using the acid. And what we can do, if we try to get these already, they're over here. This is primary. If we try and open it up, the valve is rusted shut. And even if we try and use this, no use. The valve is rusted shut. So we need another way to get into this. Well, if we make ourselves a drill, we can drill right into it. We need to find the 3rd drill bit. And that should be here, I believe. Tinderbox, at least. Oil, tinderbox, and a laudanum. Come on, give it to me. There we go. Where's the drill bit? Is it over here? No, just more tinderboxes. That's fine. Again, I haven't played through a lot of these later sections, Act 2 and beyond, in at least a year. There it is. So this is drill bit number 3, with a tinderbox as well. And any other collectibles are hiding? Let's see. Nope, that's okay. And right there. Give ourselves some privacy just in case. And all we do is, like it said, drag one onto another. And in this case, it'll just combine all 3 into a hand drill, small carpenter's drill. Now it's easy. All we do is find the 2 vats. Primary. Drill into the side. And there we go. Fill the chemistry pot up halfway. Grab it and bring it over here to secondary. Oh yeah, okay. We need to drill the hole first. There we go. Now this will destroy the chemistry pot as well, but we don't need the chemistry pot for anything other than these 2 things, the acid and the explosive. Keep going towards machine parts. Glug glug. Place it, and then set it off with something. Yep, don't stand too close to the blast when the explosive goes off. Throw something at it. I missed terribly. I missed terribly. Okay, alright, I'll do it the non-fun way. Boom. Alright, run, run, run. The way is clear. Looking up, you can see an area that's been speculated about by Amnesia fans as being the East Hall, I believe. Something else to note is that another area we've already passed, way beyond by this point, in the old archives, I believe, there's a similar hole in the ceiling where I didn't investigate it because it would have taken up way too much time. But if you stack a bunch of boxes into that hole, you can find a little room with a board that says, like, hello or something in another language. That's an Easter egg that we already pretty much passed. Two tinderboxes and a laudanum in that chest. Nothing too much over here. Further towards machine parts is where we need to go.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
Through food storage. And this is where a couple of enemy encounters come in. I will show them off. One of them is behind a door. I believe it's this one. Let's say hi. You can just slam the door on him. He's not very smart. Either hide in here or hide somewhere else, and he usually doesn't take too much to get rid of. Grabbing tinderboxes is always good. And an oil that is hidden between these barrels. Is he still there? Oh, he is still there. Yeah, there's his music. Probably didn't fully activate when I just slammed the door the first time. We can move swiftly away from him with no real fault to ourselves. Grabbing another tinderbox on this little side ledge here, and another oil. Towards the machine parts section, again. Lighting up all the lights on the way, it usually helps me. So there's a very big scare that happens right here. Forewarning for all of you. Yep. Not good. We won't focus on that. What we will focus on is what's beyond this door. Machine parts storage in the darkest corner of the darkest level of the game. But our path is considerably brightened now. But let's close this door and give ourselves some privacy, because there is going to be another enemy spawn after we pick up one of these things. The easiest place to hide is right behind here, with a tinderbox conveniently there. This is basically just telling you there's another one in the inner study rooms, in case you came in here first. But we came into the study room first, and then we came into the storage, so we have that already. Now we'll have all 3 rods. And now we're visited by him again, but we do have all 3 rods. The flow cycle rod, the 4-face amplitude rod, and the Trinity steam rod. Just wait for him to burst down the door, so I can stand in the light for as long as possible. See if he is going to burst down the door. Yeah, he's there. I heard him. Oh, he's walking away. Alright. That makes my job a little bit easier. Let's just walk around in a circle, waiting for him to get some more distance. Interesting fact here, the grunt is actually the exact same height as the player. Like, exactly, measured in the in-game editor. So if you ever want a good sense of scale as to how Daniel is, just look at the grunt, and you'll get an exact... Oh! Okay, maybe don't look at the grunt when he's looking right at you. You can easily sneak behind him. Grabbing a tinderbox along the way. I guess I missed that. Oh boy. You can either run or hide. But again, even though it's a little bit risky, he is still pretty easy to deal with. It's not that big a deal. There is another one. After that scare event, I think that triggers the one that'll come out of this door. Oh, there's also that guy. Running back here is alright. Let's see. It's not too difficult to just construct yourself a little hiding spot, but usually this is not how I deal with him, but I'm trying to do it kind of like a typical player might. Ah, my sanity is suffering. Wait for him to pass, and you should be fine. Getting out of here without dying is not too difficult. think he's walking away by now. Yeah, we can try and make a break for it as well. They do have similar speed to the player. What's he doing? I suppose there wasn't a grunt right behind this door. Won't budge, so... He's still walking away. He's dumb. Yep, he's dumb. He's dumb. Just run. Make a break for it. He might not even see you. He did not even spot me. Incredible. And the darkening of the back hall is complete. The shadow has arrived. You'll see what I mean. The music is now back to darkness, like it was in the old archives. Yep. The shadow has arrived, and it'll still hit you and cause you damage. Body and blood. Not good. But we have some good things. We have the rods that we need to finish the job in the machine room, so that's what we'll do. We can say goodbye to all this. It's not even all that heavenly anymore. We'll just make our way swiftly out of here. We're back in the machine room, and as discussed before, that is an insanity event that I don't usually get. As discussed before, it's down, up, up, down, down, middle. Up 8, down 8. Now, there's a really easy way to figure out which rod goes where. And it's in the names, actually. So, Trinity, triangle. Flow cycle, circle. And 4-phase amplitude, four-sided. Square has 4 sides. All the rods are in place. Now what we do is we go down to the very bottom of this room and pull that lever. Not that lever, this lever. Elevator should be working now. The shadow has arrived in here as well. I was just double checking to make sure we got all the diaries in here. We're good. Ow. Ouchie. Yeah, nothing much else to see in here. Ow. This place is rapidly deteriorating, so let's descend downwards. But first, let me heal myself up. I stepped on one too many shadow pieces. I'm just checking something here. I believe it's one of the... No, it must be the lower level where there's a collectible on one of these lion statues. There are 2 more exactly like this in the prison, which is actually the next level that we're going to from the elevator. And the elevator now works. So all you do is go in and flip the switch. What's interesting about the elevator level is that it's very short, but the elevator isn't actually moving here. To break a little bit of illusion, the wall is actually the thing moving in this level. It's a technique that most horror movies used to use, and it's a technique that some games are using as well, as evidenced by this. welcome to the scariest level of the game by a lot of people. For some people it was the water monster levels, for others it was this. And I will say the first time I ever played this game, like way back in 2011 or 12...
Come, this way.
This was.
What was that?
Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a Baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Elevator has deposited us very unceremoniously here. I guess I was misremembering. There aren't any collectibles on these lion statues. Pretty easy way to enter the dungeon, though. It's like that room that we were trapped in the wine cellar. Just move the things out of the way. Even though they're heavy, they will move if you push them right. Like these boulders, rocks, and other wooden beam. There you go. What's interesting about this place is that the material base that's used here, dungeon base, is used for way too many Amnesia Custom Story levels. Like, the dungeon base is the most commonly used material in pretty much any custom creation for Amnesia. Now that is the second type of enemy that we are going to probably encounter a little bit of here, but mostly in the sewer much later, is the Brute. And the Brute is more dangerous than the Grunt because while the Grunt can come after you and hit you, he can't insta-kill you. The Brute can insta-kill you with one strike. And he's a little bit tougher to deal with than the Grunt. Now, if you come into this open cell with the door, you'll immediately find a very important item, the hammer. A stone hammer. You can't easily use it on most things, though, as you need a chipper to combine it with to make the hammer and chipper item. Oil in here. Grab that as well.
What is this place?
It's a dungeon. And you use the hammer and chipper to make your way through a couple of areas, including one in this very map. So you need the hammer and the chipper to make use of anything around that. I believe that's... Yep, that's a Brute that just threw something at the door. We're not going to go that way, though. We're going to keep ourselves very safe. And instead, we should... I'm trying to remember. We should go into here, finding any more collectibles that we can. And don't forget to look up for any notes as well. Alright, we're going upstairs. The majority of the first half of the prison section is upstairs, as well as some notes. And an enemy! Easiest way to hide in the prison is in one of the cells. They can burst down the doors, but if you just hide around the corner, usually they just don't even look. So if you just hide like this along the door frame, I've found it usually works just fine. And you hear that music? That's the roaming music. But I'm a little impatient, so let's see where he is. This is cell area 2. These are important, by the way. It's locked. However, the lock is very corroded and weak. No, that's not the right key. One of the locked prison cells is a weak lock. You can try and use the hammer on it, but something else is needed. It's going to be that chipper we talked about.
Where is she? Where did she go?
No, I won't tell. I'll never tell you.
You're just making things worse. Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse. There's no telling what horrors await down there.
Chipper! We are going to explore the rest of the area before we look into this door, because I believe it's either that door or another door that has the passage to the other section of the prison where we need to go. Oh.
Close. Somehow.
It's a perfect opportunity to tell you what I was talking about. All you do is just lean as much as possible into one of these things. You should break down the door. The key word being should. Unless he's just going to pass us on by. Looks like he did.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, child. You must go. Find Gabriel, the Outrider, and tell him to alert the King's men.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the hole any wider.
But
Someone is coming. Hurry! I'll cover the hole with a bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
This room is important. This is actually how you get to the other section. But we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to look around some more, just to make sure we have all our bases covered. Another tinderbox and laudanum. Something is angry at us. We'll tell him to leave us alone, and that should take care of it. Do you think the Eldritch Horrors know the term "go away"? Probably not. As stated before, the hammer and chipper were needed here. There we are. And this room has a oil refill barrel. Dead guy. And not much else, it looks like. I think this is over here. Yeah. Over here is where we can peek into the next section without actually being able to get into it. Yeah, the robust padlock that is in good shape, and the peek at an enemy. Search for another way around the barred gate. We've already found it. Prison, northern block. Hole is too narrow to slip through. Well, this is where our good friend, the hammer and chipper, comes in yet again. And we can just fit right in. Now, the northern block is actually where we can find another bit of diary entries, and this involves the acid puzzle with the glass jar. Another commonly used item in custom Amnesia content, the glass jar. This is also another commonly used asset, this tunnel. The way to go is right, but if you go left, you always go to the right. It always goes to the right. There is no other way around, because this tunnel is a singular asset. Okay, push them out, unless they glitch out on you, which is fine. They'll eventually unglitch themselves anyway. We're free, except we're still in prison. Kitchen and storage. Sorry. Kitchen and storage. I believe we're going to get some telepathic... Can't help you. Sorry. Look, a little bit of sunlight. We're going to get some telepathic harassment here pretty soon in the cell area 3. What we're looking for is the way forward, which is the cistern entrance. And here it is. This padlock is in a very, very poor condition, which means we can take advantage of that if we can break it. The gate leading out of this area is locked by a worn padlock. Well, if we just try and do the hammer and chipper, it won't break. It needs to be weakened further.
Safe? Well, it's for his own good.
That's what I was talking about before. Telepathic harassment.
Hey, you! Stop!
Don't come any closer. I just want to leave.
You can't go outside. It's too dangerous.
I'm telling Gabriel.
I doubt that very much.
Soon it will be ready. Let there be enough time.
That flashback kind of cut into the series of voice lines, but those are meant to be played separately. Oh. Seems like we have some unwanted company.
He escaped? Where is he now?
Yeah, there he is. I think that's the last voice line we hear from who will turn out to be Alexander later. That's not going to budge. Those ghost footsteps don't really count for anything. Yeah. Cistern entrance, we need to unlock this. Now, how we do this is the glass jar and the acid. The glass jar is in the storage, and the acid is in the kitchen. And there's some diary entries along the way that we can pick up as well. Kitchen is this way. The storage is this way, which is... Oh, that is a brute. That's the first true face-to-face encounter we can get with the brute. And I am out of oil. I need to fix that. Ah. Oh, that's hallucination. I thought there was an ant on my screen. I'm so sorry. That's one of those, that got me all the way back 10 years ago, and it got me again. That's terrific. Here's a diary entry to make up for that horribleness.
2nd of August, 1839. I have arrived at the village of Altstadt. It's a haven in the midst of a vast forest and the last stop before my final destination, Castle Brennenburg. It's late in the evening, and the outrider, who has been with the coach since Bremen, advised me to wait until morning before I venture further. I've arranged for a bed at Der Müller, the village's only inn, and am now waiting for the sun to rise. I try to sleep, but as I close my eyes, I see the men who fell victim in London. My fear and shame forces me to witness the same scenes over and over. They are dead because of me.
Any more bug hallucinations? Oh. Not a bug hallucination, but let's go into cell area 4 to avoid him. Gate is locked and the padlock is in excellent condition. I'm pretty sure one of these excellent condition locked gates leads back into the section that we were peeking in to hear from before. The other block. Here we are, storage. That's where we were heading in the first place. That is where we were heading in the first place. I need to learn to talk. Oil and tinderbox is always good. Excuse me. This is what we need. This glass jar. It's vital. And we use it for a couple of other things too. Not just the acid puzzle here. Waiting for him to go away is just what I'm doing right now. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Cell area 4. We have already jiggled that lock. We don't need to try again. Here we are. And the door seems to have been ripped off its hinges and just destroyed. Very painful if that were to happen to a human. Nothing else to see in here. Yeah, nothing else to see in here. I thought I saw... No, we're good. We need to go towards the kitchen, which is where the acid thing is. And we also need to be on the lookout for that other diary entry just because I want to collect them all. Just making sure everything's lit. Here's where we entered. So if you want to go to the, oh, well, a little bit of lag. Want to go to the kitchen, go right. If you want to go to the storage, go left. I think this is where we were peeking in from the other side. We're good on tinderboxes and oil for the time being. Yeah, here we are. The kitchen. And there is going to be a monster encounter in here pretty soon as well. So, diary entry here.
3rd of August, 1839. I feel like I have fled the world and all its worries. Brennenburg is a majestic creation perched upon a forest-clad hill with towers reaching well above even the highest pine trees. Following the winding road leading to the gates gives the impression of discovering something forgotten, as if journeying with Marco Polo to the hidden Xanadu. Alexander, the Baron, is a peculiar but gracious man. He seems well versed in worldly matters, and is not at all as eccentric as I assumed. My room is exquisite, and I'm confident that no hotel for miles could even hope to match it. As the sun sets on Brennenburg, its fairy tale varnish turns to an eerie gloom. Alexander's strange servants are never far away. They are a quiet lot, and their behavior could only be described as skulking. Alexander seems pleased by my presence. As he puts it, it seems like I got here just in time.
There's that for you. And there's the monster encounter that I was talking about. You can rush over here and hide behind one of these things. I'd recommend just pulling something and hiding behind here. Pretty foolproof. Be sure to keep an eye out for if he makes any unpredictable moves. But you can usually follow the audio cues as to where he is and what he's doing. Right now he's just sulking around, he's just roaming, he's not searching. And it seems like he's already left, so we should be good. Take a peek. Yeah, he's gone. But we're not going to leave the room right away, because we still have business in here. Grabbing tinderboxes and other things. Getting a laudanum. And this is what we came in here for. This is some sort of acid. And we have a memento that says it for us. Doesn't do much damage, actually, so we're fine. Take the glass jar and get some acid. The glass jar holds the acid safely. Just taking a second to look around. There you have it. There's your look at the kitchen. You can touch this fire. I don't know why you would want to, but you can. I don't know why it gives you an option to do that. Now what we do is locate the third diary, and then we get out of here. Yep. That doesn't sound too friendly. Light these to mark where I've been. Can't light that one. Yeah, that ain't happening either. Whoever's going to town there needs to quit it. Here it is. Oh. Hey, buddy. You having a worse night than I am? Bet you don't have to deal with your recording glitching out, or your game glitching out, or you spacing out, or other things out.
Hey! Anybody! Help! Christ. I don't believe this. Why? I mean, why? What did I do to deserve this? I mean, it can't be. Do I deserve this? It wasn't my fault. Why did he have to go in there? Don't go into burning houses. He should have known better.
I suppose he didn't. There it is.
4th of August, 1839. The nightmares woke me in the early morning, and for a moment I forgot where I was. Shortly after, there was a knock on my door. Alexander had heard my screams and asked me to join him in the parlor. As we drank our tea, Alexander began to tell me what he knew. It seems like the orb I found casts a long and dark shadow. It's not only a powerful item, but a dangerous one. Simply by touching it, you invoke the powers within, and if you are too weak to control it, it will devour you. The shadow is a sluggish thing, lagging behind the wielder, killing anyone or anything in its path to reclaim the orb. I said I didn't care about its powers, and that I should throw it away. Alexander advised against this, as I'd still be a part of the path to the orb, and eventually suffer death. Having the orb, I would at least have the chance to fight back when the time came. I asked Alexander what he meant when he said he could protect me, and he answered that things can be done, but at a price.
What could that price be? I don't know. I do know, but not for me to decide right now. Not for me to discuss right now. I got distracted by him. So let's not. It doesn't really matter. All you do is crouch and try not to look at that monstrosity while hiding from another monstrosity. Nice ambient light that extends kind of unnaturally from this candle. Oh, he's not even there. What are you doing, buddy? He's slacking. Yeah, you're slacking hard. Yeah, idiot. Use the glass jar of acid on the padlock and you're good to go. Significantly weakened. Enough to do this. Oh, and now we run. Bye, buddy. Entrance to Cistern. Welcome to the entrance to the Cistern.
So you used the drain sewers as a means of transport?
Yes, they were built to divert water from an underground spring, and are quite spacious. It seemed only natural to incorporate it into the overall structure.
But we won't be using it.
Not today. The flow is seasonal, and when the spring runs dry, the damp tunnels produce a rather poisonous type of fungi. There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today. Come, this way instead. We're almost there.
As you can see, I was directing the vision towards this during the flashback. We cannot progress the way that they went in the flashback. We'll have to go the other way, but we can't. Here's why. Chance of the sewer at first must be drained. We can't do that just from this room, but this is the, I think, third hub level of the game. So there are a couple of areas, the morgue and the control room and the cistern itself that go off of this room before we go into the actual sewer. This does not go anywhere. This is just a sealed door that won't budge, presumably where they went during the flashback. Now, to get up here, it's really simple. It's not complicated at all. You just flick this lever, but its gears need to be greased. To grease the gears, go over here. A vessel is needed to carry the oil, and this is oil leaking under the ground. This is another one of the puzzles that you need the glass jar for. It's not just a one-trick pony. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is that there can be different kinds of oil, and a lot of the, I don't even know if you would call it rage or anything, is like, why can't I refill my lantern infinitely with this oil stream? It's probably a different kind of oil. Or not, I don't know. That's one possible explanation. But all you do is use the oil that could be different from the lantern on the lever. And this ladder will come down. Or not. The pipe got somewhat damaged by the impact, and all you do is brute force it here. You just do it enough times. Ta-da! See, there used to be a way up here, but damage has caused that not to be the case. All you do is climb up, and you'll have access to the three main areas of the entrance to the cistern. I do love the lighting in here. The really unique design of this. It really does give the feeling that we're in a giant castle, much larger than is outwardly necessary. We can't access these level doors, but these are the key. We should be able to lower them both down using these things. However, only one of them works. And we have to repair the machine powering the eastern bridge. We can go there, but it's not too necessary right now. All we need to do is go to the control room. Yet another machine we have to fix. This is going to be done slightly out of order, but it is the order most players...
Herbert, how did we find this place?
An old friend back in Algiers gave me a map.
Why isn't he with us? Didn't he want to come?
He wanted to, Daniel, but things don't always turn out the way we planned.
As I was saying, this is going to be slightly out of order, but this is the order that most players, including myself, played the game their first time. So, we'll go to the control room first, fix that, and then we will go to the cistern and then the morgue. And what's interesting about this level is that there are some scrapped diary entries that I was referring to earlier that actually feature the man in that flashback, Herbert. And you can find the diary entries in the game files if you look hard enough. These are important as they're highlighted by blue. You can drag these out and bring these to the middle room. Excuse me, biology. Ugh. Another one right off the bat. Now, this is actually an indication of where the other one should be, since there's two rooms and they're basically identical, but you have to make the weights come up to the identical contemporary places in order for the machine to run correctly. Another way you can look into it is there is a very, very subtle clicking noise when you move these valves at a certain rate. Into a certain place, I should say. Like, for example, if I were to pull this one up. Did you hear that? That's roughly where that one should be. Middle one. There we go. Little click. There we go. That's all fixed. Just checking around. So further in here, this door is kind of annoying, but it won't stay up. What we can usually do is kind of, it's not intended, but it's kind of an exploit where you can drag a couple of boxes and just hold it up into place so you can crouch under it. Or you can do the valve method a bunch of times where you just rush through, but I prefer to do it like this. So it'll hold itself. There is a way to get it unstuck once you're on the other side, though, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. What we can do is take these pipes, toss them through. Ha! This will break off. Actually, I suppose it won't. No, that's probably another one that I'm thinking of. But again, there is a way to make the door stand more permanently. And it'll be a little wooden crank that we can pick up later. I don't know, maybe it's in here. We'll see. This is not a diary, this is a note. And it's basically somebody bemoaning the fact that he has to make a machine so large and yet it's still so primitive. And this does have a small bit of lore that made its way into Amnesia Rebirth. Again, I'm trying to spend as little time as possible on the lore here, just on the gameplay. Another pipe piece, we can take it and put it by its brothers. Or sisters. This is another puzzle that's pretty easy to do. You don't even need to really look into the other room to do this one. Here's the wooden crank I was talking about, the little crank. And what you can do is you need to make sure this thing pushes all the way down. It involves pulling these levers either up or down. It's really just trial and error. All good.
Daniel, is that you?
Yep.
What are you doing?
A walkthrough. And it's the most cursed I've done so far. You know what? I think it has to do with the door being fully closed, and then we're on this side. So let's try that. Let's fix this, and then let's try that. Because I know you can use the wooden crank. This is the last stop we need to make in fixing the machine. These need to be filled with pipes, and we have 3 pipe pieces that we can do that with. They do kind of auto-snap into place, but they can be changed. Again, it's just trial and error. There's no real pattern to it, and it doesn't take that long to figure it out. There we go. We have rebooted the machine. We fixed yet another machine in this giant castle. There it is. I knew this snapped off eventually. It's broken beyond repair. Well, we have this. The wooden crank. No more is necessary here. Although everything is crumbling pretty heavily, so we should probably get out of here. Skedaddle. Just doing a last check. Alrighty. Now that we've fixed the machine, this will work. Or will it? The bridge is stuck and it will need a push to dislodge. Now, the most normal way to do this is to bring a rock up onto this platform and then just throw it. But the way that I like to do it, and the way that's really fun, is you can bring this bridge up. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. Okay, I don't know why. Oh. Well, that didn't work out too well for me, did it? But yeah, I'll just demonstrate for this while I wait for that to be up again. Actually, you know what? I can use that to my advantage. At least I hope. In the meantime, let's bring this down. What you do is basically use the other bridge while it's rising to get enough height and distance to jump onto that. It's pretty cool. There it goes. This is referred to as the kind of Indiana Jones-esque way. Whee! And now we're hurt because of it, but that's okay. It's fun. All we gotta do is just wait for the health to respawn. So you will go back to a few cuts and bruises from barely conscious or the wound is bleeding quite badly. And you cannot die from fall damage, at least as far as I can see. Now there are 2 new areas to explore. First, our objective is to drain the sewer. So we'll be going into the one that we didn't even need to lower the bridge for in the first place, which is the cistern itself. There is a water monster here, but it's not really that deadly, and it only appears toward the end.
You're conserving water from the spring.
Yes, it enables me to control the water in the drain sewers to some extent. Also, it can be used for all sorts of purposes.
Like for drinking.
Well, that too. But mostly to run different machines.
Ah, like water mills.
Exactly.
Over here as I'm directing the vision, it's, this is the central point of focus here. We need to fill this tank up to capacity in order to direct the water from the sewer. Oil and tinderboxes in here, and there's a little creepy hint of somebody being there. A faint murmur echoes through the large empty chamber. Not really important though, just a nice detail that I always like to point out when I play through this game. This area is really simple. You go to 3 distinct areas and pull 3 valves and read 3 diaries to fill up the chamber, so that's what we'll do. There's your hint of a water monster. Here's the first valve and the first diary.
7th of August, 1839. There is no denying that Alexander puts a lot of faith into what I can only describe as magic. I'm not surprised. Even while traveling across Europe, I assumed I would have to embrace the supernatural to save my mind and life. As a novice, I do everything in my power to stay focused and not dwell too much on my own doubts. Alexander woke me up early and told me it was time we got started on our work. He was obviously excited to get going, and we headed downstairs to the old dungeon, where he preferred to attempt his rituals. It turns out that Alexander is a true Renaissance man, paralleled only by Da Vinci, I'm sure. He showed me several rooms fitted for specific research, such as anatomy studies, alchemy, and botany. The crown of Brennenburg must be the inner sanctum, a most hallowed ground where we shall attempt to permanently banish the orb's shadow.
Pull the valve. Lights will go out. But we get a hint along the way. There are valves in the cistern to redirect water from the sewer. Very, very simple. There is a way that you can get to most of these places without having to tread the water. Water has begun to slowly fill the chamber. I believe this is the second one over here. Nope. That's the door we came into. Tinderbox over here. Nothing else of interest over here. Okay, it's over here. The second place over here. There's a bridge. Really simple puzzle. All you have to do is pick up a rock, bring it over here, and break the rusty chain on the bridge. Really, really, really simple. There we go. Do a little bit of jumping. Cross this place carefully. No going through there. Second diary.
8th of August, 1839. I could never be certain until today that I was on the right path. Using my orb, Alexander managed to channel its power unto us. The inner sanctum flared with blue, fiery light, and I could feel the same things I felt in the dark chamber in Algeria. It was like standing in a mad whirlpool of impressions. It was terrifying, but Alexander kept calm and wielded strange tools of science in order to tame the storm. Suddenly, the blue light was stained by strains of red, and the walls burst with pulsating tissue resonating with the scene. Alexander quickly covered the orb in some cloth, and the unspeakable thing vanished. Apparently, the orb's shadow is closer than Alexander thought. He said I should prepare for a warding ritual tomorrow. I'm not sure what he expects, but I have a bad feeling about this.
Your bad feeling is not my concern. Second valve is pulled, lights go out, and we make our way to the third one. Easy way to tell which you've done and which you haven't is to follow the lights. Following them over here. There's the water monster. At least the hint of one. We check on our tank. Some guy is hinted at being trapped in there, but he's not our concern. Movement-based puzzle right here. All you gotta do is avoid the steam. Turn it off. And then waltz right on over here. Yeah, you ain't my problem now, buddy.
Of August, 1839.
Diary.
It is still early, and Alexander is busy preparing for the ritual later today. Seeing him this worked up makes me question why. What does he stand to gain? I realize he is curious about it all, but surely there must be more. Is he so foolish he will attempt to tame the power of the orb? I must admit that yesterday, when Alexander flooded the inner sanctum with blue light, I realized we had but graced the orb's true potential. This might turn out to be more than escaping a creeping shadow. It might be the beginning of something truly extraordinary.
Third valve is turned. Now we can get out of here. I need to conserve my oil a little bit better. I believe that water monster is not actually a threat. Either my sanity is high enough for it not to be, or it was never a threat to begin with. The voice went silent. But the tank is now full, and we can go back to where we belong, which is the path on the descent. I don't know. I'm trying to be witty. I'm not. I am not a commentator, guys. Really, I'm not. Now, just playing the part of an average player, we could go down here and see that the sewer is not flooded anymore, but there's going to be another obstacle. Can you guess what it is? Can you still not guess what it is? Yep, a foul, venomous stench seeps out from behind the door. Going further without a vaccine would be fatal. The stench of mushrooms and death. Find a vaccine to safely traverse the sewers. Well, we can probably find something in that other door that we haven't explored yet. The morgue. Here we go.
Do you see, Daniel? It has yielded.
What?
The shadow.
It has?
For now. Come, let's get this out of here so we can get some peace.
Yes, let's. Where to?
Just down the corridor, to the morgue.
Are there more dead men there?
You did well, Daniel. Come, let's get going.
Okay, so I made a little bit of a wrong turn there. I'm trying to direct towards this way. Yeah. This is the main room of interest here. This is where we can make the vaccine. And there are several notes that we can pick up. First one is over here. And this is basically telling you about vaccine trials, and it's basically telling you what to do to make a vaccine. Vaccinated blood injection will work as a shield. So all we got to do is find some vaccinated blood. And there's another memory story capsule thingy, whatever you'd call it. If you want to read that, just fine. It kind of is flashbanging me a little bit, so I'm gonna go beyond that. Go beyond that. If I say I'm bad at commentating enough times, does it make me better at commentating? No? It makes me feel better about me saying strange things. That's for sure. So this is more backstory about the plague itself, and working on the vaccine. This is from Alexander. More lore than anything, but it's still here for you. Now what you gotta do is one of two things, and they all eventually lead into the same thing anyway, so this body right here is still stiff from rigor mortis.
I hear you breathing, Daniel. Do you hear me? Have you changed your mind?
No. No, I have not. Now you can do one of two things when an enemy approaches, and they all eventually lead into doing the same thing with this guy. You'll have to hide from an enemy once you've dealt with that guy, or before you've dealt with that guy. That corner right there is dark enough to hide you, as well as some of these corners back here. But it is not recommended to stay in these rooms for longer than needed, because you get an insanity effect. And that ringing is from the game, and it is, yeah, it is a sanity drainer. So we're not going to go in there. And what we do is we need to get infected blood from this guy. And we need some kind of a needle. But wait! We have a hollow needle. Can we just stab this guy? No, there's something missing. Then, and then, that'll lead us to the room that I was walking towards earlier. I'm out of oil, aren't I? Oh, that's alright. I'll just light some more candles along the way. No matter. A couple flashbacks in here, so I'll be mostly silent. A lot of bones, though.
What happened? Why are all these dead? Where am I? What's happening?
Fine copper tube found in the morgue looks like part of a surgical tool.
Help! Anybody! Help!
That guy's not having a good day. And if we step back over here... Come on.
3 days now. This is ridiculous. Why doesn't someone come to this room? Hey! Anybody! Am I all alone here? Help! Help! I'm so tired. If I sleep, will I wake from this nightmare? If not, I pray my Heavenly Father will take me in my sleep.
Guy's just not having a good day. But now that we have this, what we can do with this copper tube is combine the hollow needle with the copper tube and make a very crude syringe. Shut the door, give ourselves some privacy, shut it. We can just try this at first. However, it can't penetrate the skull. We still have the hand drill. We can use that. Now we can inject ourselves. The hand drill broken is of no further use. Well, that's okay. We don't need it anymore anyway. Time to inject ourselves. Just tap on it. There you have it. Now we're gonna get an encounter with a brute, so we need to hide in one of these two locations when we try and exit. Yep, just like I told you. Let's try not focus too much on the fact that there's a buttload of bodies just right there. Quickly hide. This guy is known as the Moose Man by a certain influencer's fan base. I may be one of the only people left who actually recognizes him as Moose Man, because I am... I still play this game pretty religiously, even more than 10 years after it is released and peaked, so to say. It's a weird flex, but, you know, I don't really consider it a flex. That's more of how eccentric I'm turning out to be, even to myself. Hey, what else am I supposed to commentate on? I'm just sitting here waiting for this guy to go away. Leave me alone. Alright, you're fine, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Maybe. Yeah, you're fine. Now we can get out of this place and head towards the sewer. And we have a wavy effect because our sanity is so low. Okay, we're insane. But that's alright. We can still get down to where we need to go. Before I do that, I am going to actually cut the recording here, not from any problem whatsoever. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break, and I will be back instantly. Instant cut is over. Let's go. Saying goodbye to the entrance to Cistern, and we're going into the sewer.
Dead?
Yes. Now that we have the vaccine and the water is cleared, we can just go right downstairs and proceed. Still no oil, but that won't matter too much here. Sanity boost, thankfully. Sewer is pretty simple as a level is concerned, though it is made a little bit longer by the fact that the water you're going to be stepping in hinders your movement. It makes you much slower than normal. There's only like 2 actual puzzles here, and one of them you can see right there. And the threat you can also see right there too. That is a brute, and he is very real and very tangible. And his blade arm, or whatever you'd call it, can very much slice you in half. So, be careful. I certainly will be. You can see this right here. This is the way we have to go.
What's happening? What are you doing? Let me go! Please, don't take me! Nobody ever returns!
When you click on that, obviously you get knocked around a little bit. Spinning water wheel is blocking the path. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel Obvious. So there's 2 ways you can go, and it is really, really easy. You just gotta slow the wheel down and then block it up further with something. Yeah, this first part of the level is really, really simple. Even if something is roaring at us from the distance. This has been torn down by the brute. This one is not. Let's go here. Might look like a way up, but can't go up that way. Nor can we go this way. And we wouldn't want to, because there's a monster right behind that, apparently. Yes, here's the little mini machine room that will control the water wheel. We can move these two levers either which way we want. The two levers control the noisy machine. Now the little hint that it gives is, depending on which way you pull these, noise either increases or decreases, and all you do is pull the left lever to the left and the right lever to the right. That will slow the water wheel down enough to where we can't cross it yet. We can't get a full refill of oil in here. We can't cross the water wheel yet, but I'm going to discontinue that thought for a second here. I'm going to hide. Where can I hide? It's over here somewhere, right? Oh, crap. Yeah, Brute is very dangerous, so don't get in his way. Do not just rush out there, otherwise you will get killed. So the water wheel will slow down now thanks to this and this, but you can't cross through it yet. But it can slow down enough to the point where if you find something to block it up with, you can stop it completely, which is what we're going to do. Seems like Brute's gone. Yeah, that's pretty easy to get out of, too, as an encounter. We'll take the other corridor. To the right. That. Get a little tinderbox mysteriously in this sewer pipe. And here is what we need. The pipe seems to be loose. Loose and leaking water. Well, all you do is just jiggle it a little bit and pick it up. That's what you do. That is the first part of the sewer, all the puzzles that are involved in that. The second part of the sewer is a little bit more dangerous, but it's still very perfectly manageable if you know what you're doing. There we are. Now all we gotta do is go down here, and we'll see a room. But, aside from the room, there's this. It's impossible to get through right now. One of the barred gates appears to be weaker than the rest. Currently impossible to get through. Even if we try and use our hammer and chipper on it or anything like that, we can't use it that way. It's impossible to get through for us, but maybe not for something else that's a lot stronger than we are. Let's go up here, a brief detour, with a little bit of sunlight that we can see. And the dead mice outside are an indicator of what's going on in here. The shadow has come here, and it's killed even one of the grunts.
Daniel, turn around this instant. You are carrying the shadow with you.
I don't think I will. So there should be a brute encounter right here now. Where is he? There he is. Okay. He'll tear down that gate for you, and then you just gotta wait for him to pass. You gotta be very patient and not let him get you, because he will go in here. And, where can I hide? Let's see. Let's see if I can figure this out. Really quick, like. Just in case he does come in here. Yeah, I can hear him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Doesn't seem like he wants to hang out with us, which is just fine by me. Yeah, he's still there. You'd think there would be an actual monster encounter, or water monster encounter, I should say, in the sewer, but as far as I can tell, there isn't one. Barred gate was torn down by that creature. And this barred gate is protecting the way forward. And now that it's torn down, we can go the way forward. Now here's the tricky part, the really tricky part. That guy is another brute, maybe the same one, I don't know. He is going to be guarding the way forward. Like, he's just going to persistently stay there, no matter what we do. What you have to do is end up distracting him so that he can move to one side of this wraparound corridor here. What you can do is really simple. Just take a boulder or something and then quickly just run to the other side of the place. Give him a little loop-de-loop. Really, really simple. But be prepared to run, because they'll be coming right behind you really soon. Yeah. Just run, open these doors, do not stop, grab the ladder, and go up like your life depends on it. That is actually the end of Act 2, I believe, and we're into what I believe is in the game files as CH3. We could have been there already, I just don't know exactly, but I'll figure it out either after the fact or during it. But this is definitely the latter half of the game by now. We are in the end stage. This is the final hub level that is approaching, called the Nave. And we can already see a little bit of it right there. Okay, so my game crashed while loading again, but I think I fixed a video setting that was causing that in the first place. Here we are, the Nave, the last hub level of the game. We climbed out of the sewers, and we're into the last major area of the game where we actually meet another character, face to face, and one that's not out to get us already. Here's the way down, but we won't go there just yet. That leads into the main part of the nave. This is just a rockfall with some tinder boxes, I believe. Yes. Yes. Nothing there. This is a little control room with a diary.
9th of August, 1839. I can't stop sweating and shaking. The warding ritual was not something of a sane mind. I did not even realize the dungeon was still in use. Alexander had his servants bring one of the prisoners, a murderer, he told me. Alexander made all the arrangements, but he said I had to perform the ritual in order to have the right effect. The shadow could be led astray by the blood of another. Killing the man would provide us precious time. What else could I do? Alexander said it had to be done. He is saving my life. I don't have the luxury of argument.
Sounds like he's making some tough choices. These levers, I believe, are unlocked. It is not, but it's not working. Whatever this does, it's not working. Something must be wrong with the machinery. 2 levers on the top floor are not working. It is probably some problem with machinery. That is also a simple fix that we got to go down the staircase that we saw earlier to fix. We got some oil, and we can go. Not that we really need the oil right now. This is a pretty big area, but as far as I know, it's safe. I'll light up our way just because I can. Yeah, we got tinder boxes to spare. Why not? Why not? Extra collectibles around here, if one knows where to look. much else here, though, so we'll keep going.
Agrippa, I need you to stay awake. Can you feel the syringe?
No, I can't feel anything. Alexander?
Yes.
Soon, I won't even be able to move, will I?
Your life is safe.
I don't doubt that. But will it be worth living?
There's a flashback. As I was pointing out, the laboratory is sealed right now, but this will become unsealed during a later version of this map, which we'll come back to, where it's all destroyed and the door is just off its hinges. Here's where we meet the other character. He's all the way down there, and we'll talk to him for a bit before going on with our tasks, because we need him to progress.
Help me. Pull the switch. Thank you. You have my gratitude.
Yep.
My name is Agrippa. Who might you be?
I'm Daniel.
Daniel? Like the prophet thrown into the lion's den? Tell me, are you among the lions, Daniel? You want to stop Alexander? Oh my, so Babylon shall fall, you say? You worry too much. Alexander is toothless without an arm. He has one.
Yep.
That's not very promising at all. The Sanctum is basically impenetrable, but against my own. It could be breached by another, but Alexander broke my own, a long time ago. Really? Well, if you tell the truth, by all means, seek out the pieces of the broken orb and mend away.
That's one of our
I
objectives.
believe he uses them for torture now. They practically leak madness, which is quite useful, I understand. There should be 6 of them. Look around the choir and the transept. You should be able to find them there.
And we've been given our next objectives. An orb is needed to enter the inner sanctum. Its shattered pieces lie scattered in the torture rooms. 2 levels where we can pick up orb pieces are in front of us. Sorry. He'll talk to us some more if we just stay here. And he'll give us some more objectives, which we need to get the
I hate to bother you further, but
best ending.
if you're really going after Alexander, would you consider taking me with you? I know it sounds ridiculous. I mean, look at me. But if you find anything concerning a man named Johann Weyer, would you please bring it to me? I believe he was working on a way to help me. A recipe for some sort of potion, a tonic, to free me from this husk of mine.
Certainly. Agrippa the Dying Man seeks a note written by a man named Johann Weyer. So we have a couple of areas in front of us now, but the most immediate thing we can do is go over to this little table here. It doesn't just have oil on it. If you hear, there's a hatch above us.
What lever? Oh, that one. So many of Alexander's things are breaking down. Look around. Maybe the other room.
He just gave us a
There's
little hint.
machine parts all over this place. You'll find a way to fix it.
Yep. All you do is jump up and press this gear into place. Come on, there we go.
Me? I'm Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. I was once quite important here. Baron Alexander has sustained my soul in this dead husk for years. Who knows how many? Hundreds, I presume.
These are locked and sealed, but now that we've put that gear back into place, we can go back upstairs and flick those 2 levers, and those gates will be open. But first, we can show you the other room. It's this over here. We don't actually leave through this way until much later, but this is the way to progress, ultimately. The chancel. And there is another item in here that we will need in order to get the best ending, because to get the best ending, you do have to take Agrippa's severed head with you. Yes, you need to saw off his head to progress. It's unorthodox, but true. Up here is... No, it's not quite up here. I think it's on the other side, but there's that, which we're not going to deal with. There's another tinderbox, but there's a piece of meat up here that we need in order to get a pretty unorthodox thing.
I know this. I've been here already. I know this taste. A taste of Damascus rose obfuscating the truth in the dim haze. They may sweep the traces from my memory, but my body remembers. So I can't speak volumes, even though my mind remains silent. They will be back. Oh, they will be back.
Here it is. We got the slab of meat. That'll be important later, not right now. Oh. That also happens, yeah. Not fun. Now let's check out the chancel briefly. There are some items in here that you can grab before having to come back here for the second and third time, so that's what we'll do. This is eventually where you need to place the orb, and this does lead to the inner sanctum. And there's a grunt way in the distance. We'll avoid him for the time being. That's not going to budge. Oh, he's going over there.
Just a little further.
It's like Orpheus descending into the underworld.
Are you hiding something?
What do you mean?
Never mind. Your intuition is remarkable.
I'm not sure I'm following.
It doesn't matter. It's just a myth after all.
Our spark of memory has led us over here. As we can see, we cannot go to the inner sanctum because of a quote-unquote mystic barrier is blocking the passage. Electricity. And here is actually where we're going to put the orb. Yep, it could fit an orb. We don't have any of the orb pieces or the tar that we need, but I think that's in the other rooms. At least the tar is. Not the orb pieces. We're going to have to go into the torture rooms for those. I believe we can follow this guy without any harm done to ourselves, as he probably despawned. Yeah, okay, it looks like he despawned. There's no harm to us. This is the Shattered Orb. This is basically talking about how Alexander tried to use an orb, and Johann Weyer used it instead. And, yeah, he's bemoaning the fact that it's shattered, and he wonders if he'll ever find something else to use in place of the orb. Tinderbox there. I think these are all just props. Nothing too important here. I do like this room. And there is an oil here. And a bit of ambiance just twirling out of that. Nothing important, though. What we really need is on the other side. All the way across this bridge. Yeah, here we go. Another diary. We'll read it.
12th of August, 1839. Banishment ritual is taking longer than expected, and we have to do what is needed. I spend my time helping out the prisoners. Being around these degenerates makes me ill. None of them even tries to face their punishment with any kind of dignity. They taunt me with their lies of innocence and their cowardly pleas of mercy. What can make a man fall so far from the grace of a civilized existence? They are all wicked men, and I remind myself of it constantly. Still, I am thankful for God sending these monsters our way, as they will serve as the instruments of my salvation. I try to study the different tools in the torture chamber and learn how to use them effectively. Last time was messy, and the effect suffered from my inexperience. When the next warding is to be performed, I shall be ready.
He's going down a dark path. Where is it? There it is. Bucket of tar, which is what we'll need later. Giant bottle of whatever. That's not necessary for us. It's not necessary for us. This door, I think, is going to remain locked until the end stages of the game. It's locked despite not even having a padlock on it. It's not going to budge, so we won't bother with that. We got what we need now, and we're going to go back to the nave. Fun fact about this while I'm crossing these bridges.
Is this your time witnessing, Daniel? If so, blame yourself. You started this. You sent me that letter asking for help, and this is how you repay me? How dare you?
I don't want to listen to you. So, there was often a glitch that a lot of people would do where they would basically jump onto these things and get the grunt to actually fling himself over the railing. Pretty funny, but not really practical for what we're trying to do here.
These cells are meant to hold prisoners who are under treatment. The people you send for will end up here. Remember that the confinement itself works as a preamble to the torture, and you should pace yourself. Don't take anyone before they are ready.
Understood.
Sounds from the torture chambers are shuttled in through those pipes in the ceiling. Manage your victims well, and let one prisoner's pain instill terror in his cellmate.
No need to commentate on that. He's just going down a really dark path. We go all the way back up here, and we can flick these two levers. That'll open both of those gates.
Who are you to question me?
Up. Up. Sanity boost as well.
Daniel, you have gone too far.
Oh.
I have to stop you. I can't let you proceed any further. I'm sorry, my friend.
You won't be able to stop us. Not even spiders will be able to stop us. Spiders that aren't actually all that real. This is still sealed, but what we can do is go to the choir and the transept. Gather the orb pieces.
How are things coming? You got the doors open? Good going. I knew you could do it.
And I think Agrippa's note is actually in one of these passages leading to one of these places as well. We'll come back to this room in a bit. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna get to the other passage first so we can pick up that note that Agrippa wants.
Daniel, good to see you. Alexander is quite impressive in many ways, but he has grown impatient.
I believe it's this room. Yes, here we are. This is the note that Agrippa wants, and it is basically Alexander saying, Wire wants to make a potion for Agrippa, and we can make the potion for Agrippa by using some ingredients. And these are the ingredients: a paralyzer, vitae, and tempter. We need fungi, and we saw a bunch of that in the sewer, and the choir is where we're going to get one of those as well. Vitae is going to be from blood. We aren't going to be able to get to the blood until much later in the game, at least this end section of the game, but we'll be able to get to it. And tempter is actually why we need the slab of meat. And I'll show you why after I read this. It speaks of a mixture made with 3 ingredients. And here's a little memory capsule thing. Pause if you want to read that. Laudanum. Let's go check back in with Agrippa, now that we have his note.
Ah, you again. Incredible. You found Vire's recipe. Then there might still be a chance. Listen carefully. Alexander is working on opening a gate, a door to another realm. It's where he wants to go. If you could put your anger aside, let him open the portal before you take your revenge. Let me pass the gate, Daniel. Please, find the ingredients and prepare the tonic Vire describes. And do so before you assemble the orb. The barrier keeping you from the inner sanctum will only be breached for a short time. Unless everything is taken care of before mending the orb, you won't be able to save me.
Agrippa, the dying man, wants a specific tonic made to save him. Now, we actually can't get all the ingredients right now. One of them is behind the laboratory door, and it's sealed, so we can't do anything about that right now. But what we can do is actually go to this room that we were looking in earlier, and see that there is a well with a water monster in it. Now, what do we do with this? We need tempter. Well, the hint given by the note exists in the secretion of the water-dwelling cairn. Well, there's a water monster here, and water-dwelling cairn sounds like the water monster we all know and hate. So what we can do is feed it some meat. Putting the meat on the rope, and then letting it chew on it. Ingenious. Pick it up. We've got it. The bone is covered in mucus. And now we have tempter. The blood and the... what was it? The blood and the paralyzer will get along the way. Now it's finally time to go into one of the 2 areas that have been calling to us for a while. First, we go to the Transept, which is just the usual order, I'd assume. I don't believe there's danger here, but this is just a really...
How much more, Baron? How much more am I supposed to withstand? Kill me, Orphan! Kill me!
This one, prepare him.
This is a very atmospheric and story-rich place. It's basically a bunch of torture rooms. First, up here is some supplies and a note. Little civilized room, way above all the uncivilized dungeons. tinderbox with a bunch of knives. Some string, which we're going to need for the glass jar. Oil, always good. Another memory capsule thingy. Basically, this is... I'm not even going to go into detail on this. This is Notes on Torture. Plain and simple. Don't even need to read anything but the title. Alexander is really messed up. That's what the point of that note is, basically. We do have the string, which we'll be able to use to get the blood. And I'm remembering more. We can actually get the blood from one of these torture rooms and not just the sealed laboratory door. What you can do right off the bat is just combine the string with the glass jar. Now you get glass jar and a string. Refuel yourself and your lantern. And now we go into one of 3 corridors. It doesn't really matter which order you get them in, or you go into them in. It just matters that you pick up all the orb pieces that are nearby when you do. I'm going to be really quick about this, since these are mega sanity draining things right here. This orb piece is in this metal closet, and I'm not going to look at that, but this is basically a sawing thing. Yep, not reading that. I am taking that. Going across the hall. This is the sawing room. Not gonna look at that thing to the left. Gonna pick that up really, really quick. Grab this, another piece of orb, and this is where we can... This is one of 2 places you can get the blood, so that's what I'm gonna do. Not gonna read that. Grate covers a drainage pipe. Use a glass jar and a string on the drainage pipe, and now we have glass jar of blood. Now we'll leave very quickly. Now we don't go across the hall again, but we go to the middle one. Middle one. If I can learn to speak, that'd be great.
Let me go, you brute!
The cradle is ready.
Good.
You're a man! How can you partake in this?
Is he all right?
He is one of the wicked. Don't pay his lies any attention.
I'm not a bad man! It was an accident!
He set a man on fire.
It wasn't my fault! Why won't anyone listen?
That's horrible.
Of course. We are dealing with monsters here.
Nobody seems to be having a good day there except for Alexander.
No, please! I'll do anything! Whatever you want! Anything! I'll do anything! I'm innocent!
Oof. Orb pieces behind these sacks. And we got a sanity boost, and now we can get out of this awful place. Into another awful place. Right across the hall is the choir. Yeah, before you leave this area, that happens, and you should make sure that you have 1, 2, 3 orb pieces. And, yeah. That guy's not having a good time either. going to the choir next.
Ah, you again. You seem to have found all the orb pieces used in the transept. Go to the choir and find the rest.
Absolutely. That is the plan. Now, the choir is split into two parts, basically. The entrance and the main area, or whatever it's called. The entrance basically just houses a flashback, but it is pretty cool, I'll say. Like, this is one of my favorite sequences in the game. I'm not sure if you can proceed without it. Doesn't seem like anything is stopping me, but I will go up here anyway. That will trigger the sequence. Let's check the other room first. Tinder box. Nothing too much else of interest here. Yeah, after the men had secured the prisoner, the ritual began. Alright, here we go.
15th of August, 1839. The blood wards are failing. The shadow beckons, and its cry disarms my actions. Hurry, no time to spare. You have to kill another. Alexander produces a knife. He wants me to cut the flesh. Do it. Save yourself. He is a murderer, Daniel. He is evil. A cold-blooded killer. Hurry.
Go along with the sequence is all you gotta do. Pick up the knife.
Alexander, you must let me be. I have to concentrate. Take the man, cut the lines, cut the flesh, watch the blood spill, let it come.
Click on the man.
Please, I didn't do anything. Take the man, cut the lines, paint the man, cut the lines. Please, the man cries. Now you see. I did well. One life for another. You hear me, guardian of the orb? I did all this for you. Now, once more, withdraw your shadow from my domain.
Just walk out.
Alexander, there isn't much time. I can feel it. We must act swiftly. I will do whatever it takes.
And that's all there is to the... Oh, what's that? What's different, huh? That's all there is to this place. I believe if your sanity is low enough, you'll see a hanging body. But I don't see him, so we'll just assume that we'll be spared that particular thing. But we'll go into the main area of the choir. Main hall. This is one of the largest maps in the game, like physically largest, and the title music is actually used. The main menu music is actually used for the choir as well, as you can hear in the background. Alexander, are you going to speak to us?
What are my intentions, Daniel? Salvation. It used to be yours, but now you only seek misplaced revenge. How do you justify your violence? Is it for the greater good? Are you doing the world a service? It is you who caused all this pain and death. If you had accepted your fate and submitted to the orb when you first discovered it, none of this would have happened. It is curiosity in league with your selfishness that is killing us both.
He'll talk to you for a second, but as usual, he has kind of empty threats. Well, maybe not here. There are several brutes in this map, and this is one of the most dangerous maps in the whole game, if you're not careful. I'm not even 100% confident I can get through this map entirely in one run, but I'll still sure try. Tinderbox and laudanums in this little torture chamber, and the orb piece is somewhere around here. I didn't even look at that when it jump scared me, and I knew it was coming too, so... Not reading that. There it is. Grab the orb piece. Check for anything else, and then skedaddle. Come on, jump. There you go. Skedaddle. I gotta be careful, there are brutes, and there's no music gonna be playing when they're roaming around. To be very, very careful. I do not want to get murdered this far in the game. I believe the second torture room is across a series of bridges. And chasms. There's a brute. You can use these pillars to try and hide from them, but it's not always so effective. Yeah, be careful to watch out for that noise as well. That's the terror meter. Huh. He's following me. He is following me. That's terrific. Great, there's nothing here. Well, you can make it across that way, but I think what we actually need is back there. So we gotta try and contend with that brute for a little longer. See if we can jump on this thing. Yeah, pretty easy. Carefully navigate our way. See if we can come across an area we haven't before. Here we are. Actually, this will work just fine. Alright, so if you want to get the ingredient for the tonic here, all you got to do is pick up a rock or something and throw it at this thing. And now we can get the poison gland, which is the paralyzer that we need from the note. Now we have all the ingredients, but no way to mix them just yet, and we will need to go through a sequence before we can actually mix them. Here's the second torture chamber. Here it is. You can avoid the sanity drain by not interacting with it, but if you light this and click on it, yeah, not great. We still have to contend with a brute for a bit. There might be two on here as well. Not just one, but two that we have to contend with. See, where is he? He's around here somewhere, I can feel it. That is the level door, we don't need to go that way yet. And what we need to do is figure out where to go. Because this map is really large, I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, like the other ones. Might be over here. Oh, there's a brute. I think we might need to get past him in order to make progress. Oh, there he is. Okay, let's see if we can fake this dude out. Yeah, using the pillars is pretty effective to deal with this guy. Just gotta pay attention to where he is and make sure you're behind the pillar, completely out of his field of view. Usually, if a brute or an enemy in general is in front of a place, it could be guarding it, so keep that in mind. That is where we just came from. Dang it. I did all that for nothing. But it's okay. Oh. He's over there. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Okay, I can hear him. Oh. Oh, he's stuck. He's stuck on something. Can I get his attention somehow? Maybe if I get far enough away, he'll despawn. But this is what I meant by this is really tricky and really dangerous. These guys are kind of relentless. Let us see if I can get far enough away that he'll just despawn. He might have despawned there because I don't hear the music anymore. Flies around here. Doesn't matter. Looks like he's not a problem anymore. Yeah, that's also another strategy for dealing with the brutes, is literally just, or just any enemy, getting out of range enough to where they despawn. Some of them don't, some of them do. But especially for really dangerous areas like this, that's where you want to do. That's what you want to do. I am wandering around this place way too much. We'll find it. I believe in myself. Well, just for reference, though, this is still the entrance door, so let's try going left from the entrance door. I know we're going to immediately come across the first passage. Yeah, right there, that's the first one. Mark where I've been. Little jog. Further to the left. Let's see what this reveals. Mark where I've been. Let's keep marking where I've been. I got tinderboxes to spare, no worries. Nope. Well, let's keep going left then. Pick up oil. No, it doesn't seem like it. Well, at least we know that's one. That's another. Let's search this area. Off to the right. Keep marking where you've been. It's always a good strategy. Ah, here we are. So it is off to the right. This is the last torture chamber, and I'm just going to check around real quick. We might have come through here. Yeah, dodging that brute. But all these places do kind of look the same, so not too big a loss. I wasn't wandering around for an hour, just maybe 5 minutes or so.
The wheel is good for keeping your victims still during the procedure. They can be bound around the circumference or simply stretched across, tying limbs to the spokes and rim. All tools are by this point useful, and you may administer the torture in any way you like. But the forte of the wheel is the gaps. When you have decided that the victim shall die, you can smash their limbs with a hammer, making them fold in between the frame.
But they'll die. Too quickly, I mean.
No, don't worry. The human body is much more resilient. They can survive for days until they finally succumb.
As I was showing while the flashback occurred, here's the orb piece. And now we have all of them. All of them are in our possession. Now we just gotta exit. Let's hope we don't get attacked again by a brute along the way, which will probably happen. There he is. Yep. Off to our left. Keep your distance and you'll be fine. Cross the bridge again and find your way back. Really, really quickly. There we are. Making our way back up. Now, we won't actually be able to help Agrippa because the door is still going to be sealed. What we're going to do is get caught into a trap when we try and go to the Transept again. Yeah, nothing here.
I see you have all the orb pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you. But if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients for Vire's tonic before attempting to mend the orb, there might still be a chance for you to save him. Please, my fate is in your hands.
Yep. And if we check up here, laboratory is still inaccessible. Won't budge, even if we do something like this. Nope, it's not gonna budge. Can't add anything directly into the blood. The substance needs to be purified first. And we can't just mend them. Nah, we can't combine them by hand. We need to make it a little bit more refined. So, we're gonna need to trigger that event.
I see that all the orb pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you. But if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients.
There's literally nothing else to do except to try and go to the Transept again, and you're gonna get caught by about 3 grunts, I think. Or the Chancel, not the Transept. Excuse me. Here comes our doom. Here comes our walking nightmare.
That little bitch.
Oh, shit. Whee! Sleep. Yeah, there's literally nothing else that you could have done at that point. They'll always get you. Even if you manage to shut the door on them and try and leave, it'll just deal damage to you anyway, even if there's not an enemy nearby. Temporarily locked up.
You had me worried. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to do with you. I hold no grudge against you, Daniel. We are so very much the same, you and I. Did you really drink from the amnesia mixture? It does explain so much of your behavior. You never did finish what you set out to do. You talked about redemption, how you would face the Orb's shadow and save our work, and me. I will grant you another chance to redeem yourself. You can wait here and stop the shadow. Thank you, friend.
Now you can actually wait here and the shadow will get to you, but we're not going to do that because that's one of the most anticlimactic endings ever. What instead we can do is take advantage of a couple of things that are imperfect about this cell. First, over here, all you got to do is just tap on these bricks and it'll tell you they're loose, and you can bend one of these bars. Grab an iron bar. Smash. Oh wait, there's nothing to pry at this part of the wall. Yeah, okay, we gotta do it exactly on these bricks. There you go. Pick that back up and wedge this support just enough to where it'll just collapse on you. And now we're free. But we still need to get out of here before that thing eats us. Doing a little bit of exploring, we'll find this note. It's basically just the last prisoner note, and it's a fantasy of freedom. Nothing too important about this. Except, it notes that there is a key. A key dropped into one of the pipes. And that key is actually the key that we need to get out of here, because we can't just waltz out. It's locked, and this is a heavier door than the cell doors, so we need to find the key to open the door leading out of the area. Well, if the key was dropped into one of the pipes, there it is. There's two ways you can actually do this. I'm going to do the little bit more involved way after looking through these cells more. Oil behind that bed frame. Scare. Oh dear. Not looking friendly. Pick up the wooden bucket here. This is what you need. This is one of two ways you can get the key out of it, by the way. First one is you literally just use the iron bar and, like, pry the key out that way. But this one's a little bit more creative. So what you can do is take this wooden bucket, not the glass jar. I won't let you use the glass jar in the well, but you pull this rope up. Up, I said. Use the wooden bucket on the well. Get some water. Pull it back up. And use the wooden bucket full of water on the pipe so that the key just flows out the other end. Here we have it. Well, this place sucks. I'm never coming back here ever again. And now we run, because the shadow is going to try and eat us. Just be careful, stay calm, and sprint, and you should be able to make it. Left way is going to collapse, so go right. Get a good distance ahead of it, you're safe. There's the exit. Back to the nave. We're in an area of the nave that was previously locked behind a simple door. And we'll immediately... Oh, here's another well, by the way. If you needed another attempt to get the Tempter, you could do it here as well. There's a tinderbox and another diary, which is going to trigger a flashback right away. It's in a completely different map, too, so let's just get rid of that sequence right now. Get through that sequence right now, I should say. There's nothing to do in the sequence, anyway. It's literally just cinematic.
18th of August, 1839. Tonight, we will unlock the power of the orb and ultimately banish the shadow hunting me. I feel it closing in on me, and I fear for my life more than ever.
Walk forward if you want.
Just outside Altstadt lies a small settlement where Zimmerman, a dairy farmer, lives with his wife and 3 children. The coach went there. Our visit was unexpected, and Alexander was able to strike Zimmerman down without alerting the others. As he went to take care of the farmhands, I began to look for the children. We should have more than enough prisoners to finish the ritual now.
Diabolical. Nothing else to it, though. Now, if we go down and talk to Agrippa... Well, first we can see that this is the main room that I was talking about before. It has been changed by the shadow, and we're back now. We're back in the main part of the nave. Ow. Ah. Good thing I have a supply of laudanum. Alright, jump, jump, jump. Walk down as much as you can with the slowness on you. There we go. I think we got our movement back. Yeah, laboratory is accessible now. Let's talk to Agrippa one last time.
Daniel, I thought I'd lost you. The castle crumbled and I could hear the chancel collapse. The laboratory might be accessible now.
Indeed it is. And now we can make the tonic. I believe we need to... Yes, okay, here we go. We can do these in a specific order. There's another way to get the blood, by the way. If you didn't get it during the torture chamber, it is down... I'll just show you. Why not? If Agrippa has anything else to say as well.
What are you doing? Time is running short.
Yes, I know. But if you need the blood, you can go through this exposed chamber. And there is another grate. That is... where is it? Right here. But we already have ours, so it's not really necessary. Big Grandpa's ashes. And we need the bone saw. I guess I didn't think about that. The bone saw is in this room that's recently exposed from all this destruction, so grab that.
I'm the next best thing. Alexander really fun. None other than Johann Bayer. You never heard of Johann Bayer? My God, Owen. He's probably the greatest man in history. And you don't know him? Or is it the world?
Sorry. I'm usually quite captivated by the dialogue and lore, but we got a game to walk through. Alright. Blood needs to be purified before putting anything else into it. Okay, we gotta boil it. Put it on this little machine right here. Turn the valve. There you go. Incomplete tonic. Put it right there, and we can use the remains on this miniature oven. Pull the switch, and we'll pour the essence into it. Incomplete tonic again. Right there, into the squeezer. And we put the poison gland into the squeezer. There we have it. Wires tonic. Useful for saving Agrippa. Nothing else here.
Pay attention. First, feed me the tonic, and then use the saw to remove my head. As the tonic begins to run, you'll be able to cut off my head without taking my life. Then, take my head and bring it with you. As you enter the gate Alexander is opening in the inner sanctum. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you enter the gate? We can't argue now. You need to act.
He's actually pointing out something that's a choice. There are 3 endings to this game. One is, well, 4, technically. 2 of them are basically the same. One is what I mentioned earlier. You could wait in that prison cell and have the shadow consume you. That's basically bad ending number 1. Bad ending number 2 is where you let Alexander escape. The Daniel ending is where you take your revenge. And the Agrippa ending, which is what I'm going to do here for the sake of just getting this over with, is where you throw Agrippa's head into the portal.
Quickly, off with the head. And then, whatever happens, get me through that gate.
No problem. Let's decapitate you by using the bone saw on Agrippa. Yep, we have the severed head of Agrippa in our inventory. Now what's interesting about this is that you can actually just abandon Agrippa and not take his head with you. And the loading screen that we'll see right here is different depending on what choice you make. All you do is go into the chancel. Now, the chancel will require some wizardry. It's not just straightforward in getting through. There's also some enemies that we need to contend with here, but it's nothing like the 3 grunts that rushed us here. There is a brute that we need to be very careful nearby. Is he walking away? I can't tell where he is. Where is he? Oh, he is walking away. Okay, that's good. Yeah, as you can see, the place is not looking good at all. So going back that way is completely destroyed. we shall assemble the orb first, but that will not actually be enough, as we'll see. Because this, we need to do something about these. First, we will assemble the orb, anyway. Put the tar in first, and just put them in all these orb shards in any order. They'll automatically fit into place. Step back and watch the magic happen. Yep, it's still not enough. The orb does not by itself remove the barrier. Something must be done with the machinery. There's a locked door from earlier that will be accessible now. We gotta contend with the brute, though, to get to it, so let's hope I can get past him. And show you guys how to get past him, too. Is he even here? I don't think he's even here. But there's a diary entry over here, too. The last, the second to last one, actually.
10th of August, 1839. I cannot believe what I have become. One of the girls escaped and I chased after her all the way upstairs. I hunted her down and... what is a life worth? How many lives can I take before I surrender my own? Sure, I would kill a murderer to save an innocent. But to kill an innocent to save myself? A cold-blooded murderer.
Couldn't have said it better myself, buddy. This door's open now, though, so we can go in here. And finally start to approach the act of righting every single wrong about this man's poor path. All you gotta do, I believe, is take the iron bar and put it into these cogwheels. Or something similar. Yeah, no real wizardry here. Oh, you don't? Oh, this isn't what you do? Well, okay, it's either that or just throwing something into it. Yeah, not large enough to jam the cogwheels. Bring something else down with you. I guess I was mixing it up with the water wheel puzzle and the pipe. Bring a rock or whatever you want. There you go. Jam. Oh, brute. Hiding in one of these little nooks and crannies can save your life. So do that before too long. Otherwise he's gonna be there and what are you doing? Why are you standing up? Yeah, there's his music. Is he even here? He's not even here. What is this? Oh, he's walking the other way. Okay. We're gonna stay in here just for a minute. Just so he despawns. I don't see him anymore. But that doesn't mean he's not gone. That doesn't mean he's gone. Oh! Oh, he saw me. Alright, that's gonna complicate things a little bit. Okay, he's searching again. But if he gets to me, that's going to mean instant death. So I should probably play it safe. As I'm walking out, not playing it safe. Take a peek. Don't see him. I don't see him. Looks like he's gone. Oh yeah, the music just stopped too, so he is gone. I really would have thought you could get more use out of this iron bar, but I guess I was wrong. At least I instantly corrected myself on that one. Alright. The way is clear. Orb is gone. We have Agrippa's head, and we are set to enter the inner sanctum. Run! Okay, run again. The shadow's gonna be chasing you. Just for a short while. Immediately turn and flick the switch. You'll have a little bit of time anyway. Welcome to the inner sanctum. Excuse me. As I was saying, this is the way forward, but it's not going to open too easily. It's sealed shut, we gotta search for a way to open it. And the way is pretty unorthodox, but it's just in these two side rooms. This level is not complicated. This is the second to last level. Our gaze is drawn towards the last diary entry, made right before the first one.
19th of August, 1839. It's not fair. I'm not to blame. I've been manipulated by that demon. He played my guilty conscience and duped me into facing the shadow alone. That vile, conspiring man. He expects me to meet my death as he steals power beyond imagination? Alexander, I will kill you for what you have done. If only the shadow had caught me in London or Algeria, I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. You made me a murderer. A monster. And now, I merely await my death. I am too weak to press on. I can hardly stand as my knees fail me. I cannot see as my eyes are dressed in tears. I am as broken as the men I've tortured. If only I could wipe my fear away, as we did with them.
There you have it. And now we've come full circle. To get into the room where our destiny awaits, you need to do 4 things, 2 in each room. And one of them is slicing your palm open. Yeah. 1. And stepping over here on this is 2. 2. And now repeat this action in the other adjoining room. 3. 4. I think I didn't stand on it for long enough.
He deserves it.
There it is. Nope, I still didn't. I might not have done it on the other one. You gotta stand on it for long enough, I suppose they're like pressure plates or something. Yeah, I didn't. There it goes. My bad. Oh. I have collapsed for the first time. I don't think that's happened yet in my playthrough. Collapsed due to lack of sanity. we're fine. Just jog a short ways, and then here we go. The Orb Chamber, the last level of the game. And probably the easiest, honestly. This is the showdown with Alexander.
I was wondering if you were going to show up. I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good and evil. Such comforting concepts, but hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no good in me or evil in Agrippa?
So there's three things that you can do to reach the 3 endings that I talked about. One is that you actually pull these things over and sabotage his ritual, and that you get the Revenge Daniel ending. The second one, the bad ending, is you just wait for the portal to open and wait for Alexander to go in. But the true / good / Agrippa ending is where you wait for the portal to open, but before Alexander can go in, you put Agrippa's head through the portal instead of Alexander going through it. And that's what we'll do. But again, it's really easy to get the other 2 endings. Again, you just either wait for Alexander to enter the portal, you knock these things over, or you throw Agrippa's head into the portal, which is what I'm going to do for this playthrough. And it takes a really long amount of time. No real objective other than that, I should say. Can't really see any signs of the orb that we were talking about before. Unless it is that up there, which it probably isn't, or if it's contained within this thing. Or if it's, like, in his chest or something like that, I don't know. Come on. Hurry up.
Do you see it? A whole other world. Oh, isn't it beautiful? I can finally return.
Be quick about it. Get Agrippa's head ready. Wait for it. Now.
No, you fool! You have ruined us!
I don't think I have. It seems like you die, but... Wait for it. Oh, what's this?
There he is. Do you see him, Vaya? He deserves so much more. Please, help him. I know you can. Don't worry, Daniel. It will be all right.
It'll be all right in the end. And that was Amnesia: The Dark Descent, a Frictional Games production. The latest version of it, at least accessible to me. Yep, Frictional Games as of 2018. Seems like a lifetime ago right now. Are those people? Thomas Grip, we love you here. There's the credits. Yep, Thomas Grip and Jens Nilsson. And additional thanks to Mikko Tarmia for making such a great set of music for all these horror games that me and everyone else are big fans of. There's the voice talent. Rest in peace, Sam Mowry, as Alexander, by this time in recording. And there's our friend Tom Joubert, the writer for the Penumbra series, as a beta tester. The end. ODN 314. What's that? I don't know what that is. But with all that being said and done, and all the cursed cuts that had to be made in this video, that'll close this case concerning Amnesia: The Dark Descent's guided walkthrough. Thanks to all you horror fans for watching and sticking through this whole video. Nothing else much to say on this. Very appreciative of all you watching, as usual. I am the Midnight Researcher, and I will see you all around. Stay scared.